Today, we're diving into true stories of solo hikes that took a chilling turn the moment someone stepped off the main trail. No monsters, no myths, just the raw, unforgiving reality of being alone and making the long call. So take a breath, check your gear, and stay on the trail, because these hikers didn't, and what followed still haunts them. My name is Mia Callan, and what happened to me in the Gallatin Range last Saturday unfolded over the course of a single afternoon. Every detail I'm about to recount is accurate to my memory, recorded with the intent of being as clear and formal as possible. This section contains approximately 1,000 words. I started my hike on the Storm Castle Creek trailhead a little before noon, expecting a short weekend loop, nothing strenuous, nothing risky. I'd done the trail twice before and liked its balance of steep sections and steady forested stretches. The weather was cool for early fall, the sort of crisp air that makes every sound carry farther than normal. That's probably why I didn't question it at first. Echoes can be weird in the valleys out here. They can bounce off rock and tree lines in ways that feel intentional even when they aren't. By the time I reached the second switchback, the forest around me had gone from trailhead chatter to clean, quiet stillness. The kind that's peaceful until it suddenly isn't. The only things I heard were my own breath and the crunch of pine needles under my boots. No wind. No other hikers. Just the low hum of the creek somewhere behind me, threading through the trees like a steady reminder of the main trail. I'd stopped to retie my bootlace when I heard it. Mia. It wasn't loud. It wasn't panicked. It wasn't even urgent. It just sounded like someone standing about 20 feet behind me, speaking my name the way a friend might if they spotted me in a grocery store. I straightened so fast the knot in my boot didn't even cinch. There was nobody on the switchback below, nobody on the ridge above. I held still long enough for my heartbeat to catch up, then told myself it had to be an echo from some other hiker farther down trail. A coincidence. A mix of similar sounding syllables. Something explainable. I walked another minute. Maybe two. Then it came again. Mia. Same tone. Same cadence. This time from the tree line to my right. It didn't feel like an echo. It felt placed. I swung my head toward the voice, scanning the trunks and undergrowth. Nothing moved. The woods were the same still green-brown mosaic they'd been all morning. But the sound hadn't come from far away. It had been too sharp, too clear for that. A human voice at mid-range, not shouting, not whispering. I tried to play it off. Probably someone messing around with a friend, I muttered under my breath. But my voice sounded tight, thin. There's a point where reason starts to feel like you're talking yourself down from a ledge, and I'd already stepped onto it. A few yards beyond where I heard the second call, an unmarked spur trail cut off the main path. I'd never noticed it before. It was narrow, barely defined, but definitely there, pressed down by boot prints, though spaced too far apart to read clearly. The entrance was framed by two leaning lodgepole pines, giving it the look of a doorway. And for some reason, I felt like that mattered. I should have kept hiking. I knew that. Every hiker knows that. You don't follow unmarked trails, especially ones that aren't listed anywhere and lead into thick woods that don't show any sign of sunlight beyond a few yards. But curiosity isn't rational. Curiosity paired with hearing your own name is something else entirely. Against every piece of common sense I'd ever been taught, I stepped toward the spur. It didn't feel like making a decision. It felt like sliding into one. Just before my boots drifted from the real trail onto the packed dirt of the spur, I heard the voice again, closer now, angled somewhere deeper in the trees. My blood went cold and hot in the same breath. Mia. I should have left. I know that. I should have shouted that I wasn't alone, even though I was. Should have turned back toward the trailhead and walked until the sound of voices and cars and reality came rushing back. Instead, I answered. "Hello?" My voice cracked embarrassingly. It didn't matter. The moment the word left my mouth, something in the quiet shifted, like the forest had been holding its breath and finally let it out. The silence afterwards felt wrong. Thicker. Heavy in a way silence shouldn't be. When no one responded, I tried to rationalize. Someone was off trail, maybe injured. Maybe they'd wandered too far and were trying to get help. My brain clung to that possibility like a lifeline. So I followed the spur. The trees closed around me almost immediately, shutting out most of the sky. Unlike the maintained trail, the spur was uneven, scattered with loose rock and exposed roots. My pack brushed against trunks as I moved, and branches scraped my jacket. The air felt cooler, like stepping into a pocket of shade that hadn't been warmed all day. The deeper I went, the more I felt it, the sense of being observed. Not stalked. Observed like a teacher who's waiting to see if you noticed a trick question on an exam. I pushed on another 50 yards before stopping. The trail dipped into a shallow gully where the pine cover grew so thick it looked almost black. A place like didn't belong. That's when I heard it again, but not from the trees this time. Ahead. Just beyond the dip. Mia. My name, spoken perfectly. The inflection identical to a real person saying it. No echo qualities. No distortion. No wing-driven mimicry. It was someone's voice, someone who knew my name well enough to say it like they'd been calling me all day. I froze. Because this time, it sounded like me. Same pitch. Same rhythm. Same slightly clipped vowel I'd had since I was a kid. I swallowed hard, trying to convince myself that I'd misheard. That the acoustics were bending things weirdly. That the gully was playing tricks with sound. Something. Anything. But my throat was dry. My fingers were cold. My mind was buzzing with the wrongness of it. I didn't move forward. I didn't move back. I just stood there, suspended between two choices, neither of them good. Then the voice spoke again. Come here. Not my name. A command. A command still spoken in my voice. I don't know how long I stood there, heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my teeth, staring into a stretch of forest where no human shape stood. Nothing moved. No branches shifted. No shadows darted. And yet I felt the pull. The instinctive gravity of hearing your own voice coming from somewhere it shouldn't be. I took one step down the slope. Just one. It was enough for the world to tilt. Something cracked to my left, a single, clean snap of a branch under weight. Heavy weight. The kind no deer or fox makes. I whipped my head toward the sound. That saved me. Because in the half second my gaze shifted, the voice spoke again from the gully, low, close, too close. Don't look away. Something was waiting for the moment I'd look back. I didn't. I turned and ran. I don't remember making the choice to run. My body just snapped into motion like it had been waiting for permission. The forest rushed past in streaks of brown and green, the kind of frantic blur you get when fear takes over your legs and your brain just tries to keep up. Branches slapped my arms and tore at my sleeves. My breath hitched high in my throat, coming out in broken gasps. Behind me, the woods stayed horribly, impossibly quiet. Too quiet. Something should have been following me. Anyone calling my name in the forest like that would be crashing through the undergrowth, yelling, trying to stop me. Instead, the silence felt like a lid sealing over the world. Every footstep I made echoed sharper than it should have, like the sound was trapped with me inside an empty room. I didn't hear that voice again, but that somehow made it worse. I cut back toward where I thought the main trail should have been. The problem was, the spur hadn't been long. I should have reached the maintained path in under a minute at the pace I was moving. But the terrain didn't match anything I'd walked earlier. The trees were thicker, denser, their branches interlocked like a ceiling. The light barely filtered through. The air felt stale. I forced myself to slow down when my lungs started to burn. Panic burns fuel fast, and I couldn't afford to burn out. I planted my hands on my knees and tried to listen for the creek. The water noise from earlier should have been easy to find. Creeks don't just pack up and leave. All I heard was my pulse hammering inside my ears. I turned slowly, scanning between the trunks, making sure I saw nothing moving, nothing shifting, nothing watching. The forest was still as stone. My body was vibrating with leftover adrenaline, but the trees remained frozen in place. "Okay," I whispered to myself, barely audible. "You got turned around, that's all. Just reorient." I lifted my head and tried to spot the ridge through the canopy. Nothing. Just the same tight weave of trees pressing the sky into narrow strips. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my map and compass. My hands were shaking as I lined the compass edge with the trail printed on the map. The needle didn't spin the way it normally does. It settled toward north, but slowly, dragging like it didn't want to point there. I tapped the casing to jolt it. The needle swayed and returned to the exact same sluggish angle. I'd never seen a compass behave like that unless something metal was interfering. There was nothing metal out here except the tiny zipper on my pocket. My stomach sank. I folded the map with stiff fingers and tried to regulate my breathing. If I really was off trail, the best move was to head downhill until I hit the creek, then follow it until it crossed the main path. Easy enough if I stayed logical and kept moving. I picked a line that looked like it sloped slightly downward and started walking. After maybe 100 yards, I stopped dead. A fallen log lay ahead of me, huge, old, covered in moss, split halfway down the center. I'd seen that exact log before. On the spur trail. Minutes ago. I should not have been anywhere near it. I backed up a few steps, eyes locked on the log as if it might change shape. It didn't. But something else did. A soft, faint sound drifted through the trees. A human sound. My name. Mia. Drawn out this time. Too long. A stretched version of my voice, like someone was pulling the syllables taut. I froze, every nerve in me firing at once. The sound had come from behind me, but not from far away. 10 yards at most. Maybe less. I didn't turn. Every instinct in my body screamed that turning around was the exact thing whatever it was wanted. I kept my voice low, steady, forced out. "I'm leaving. I don't need help. I'm leaving." Silence swallowed the words. Then a twig snapped. Not sharp like before, slow, gentle, like a foot deliberately easing down on it. Testing the noise. I took one careful step forward. Then another. A third step. And something moved on my right. Not running. Not lunging. Just stepping into place. The kind of movement that says, "I'm here too." My heart climbed into my throat. I didn't dare look. Slowly, painfully slowly, I slid my hand into my pocket for my phone. I didn't expect cell service, but I at least needed the compass app or GPS to give me some orientation. When I pulled the phone out, the screen was already on. Already open. On the voice memo app. A recording was playing. My voice came softly through the speaker, warped by distance or interference. I see you. I fumbled the phone so hard I nearly dropped it. My thumb slammed the power button again and again, but the screen didn't turn off. The recording kept playing, looping before it even reached the end. I see you. I see you. My voice. But not anything I'd ever said. I forced myself to look up, just for a second, not behind me, not toward the movement, just straight ahead into the thin path between the trees. My breath caught in my throat. There was someone standing there, not 20 feet away. A figure, human-shaped, still, perfectly still, but something was wrong with it. The shape was facing me, but its outline didn't look fully solid. The light behind it bent strangely, like heat distortion on asphalt, but without any shimmer. Just a slight warping, barely visible if you didn't stare directly at it. My brain tried so hard to turn it into a normal person, another hiker, a backpacker who'd gotten lost, literally any real explanation. But every detail felt off. Wrong height. Wrong posture. Wrong density. Like its edges didn't want to hold together. The figure lifted its head. A chill sliced down my spine so sharply that my knees nearly buckled. Because I recognized emotion. It was my motion. The way I lift my head when someone calls my name. Mia, it echoed, but this time not from the figure's direction. It came from directly behind my left ear. Too close. My body reacted on pure instinct. I stepped backward without thinking, and my pack scraped against a tree trunk. The sound exploded through the clearing, loud as a gunshot compared to the silence. The figure didn't flinch, didn't tilt its head, didn't shift its weight. It just stood there. My phone, still in my hand, changed recordings. On its own. A new clip began to play. More static. Then my voice again. But this time whispering. Don't run yet. I snapped. Adrenaline took full control again, and I sprinted straight toward the only gap in the trees wide enough to move through. The figure stood in the dead center of it, but I didn't care. I veered left at the last second, boots skidding across damp soil, nearly losing my footing as I threw myself through a cluster of saplings. Something moved behind me. Fast. Too fast. Branches snapped in rapid succession, like something tall pushing through at unnatural speed. I didn't look back. I couldn't risk the fraction of a second it would take, but I could hear it gaining. Not running on 2 feet. Not running on 4. Just moving. Through the trees. Through space. Like distance didn't matter. I crashed through a thicket, scraped my hands raw, and finally spotted something familiar, a sliver of sunlight piercing the canopy. The ridge. The maintained trail wasn't far. I bolted toward it. Whatever was behind me stopped. Just stopped. The moment I stepped into the sunlight. I didn't turn around. I didn't breathe. I just stood there, shaking, knowing I was out of the deep woods, but not convinced I was safe. Not even close. I didn't move for a long time. The sunlight pulled around my boots in a narrow strip, like someone had drawn a boundary line on the forest floor. Every instinct in me screamed not to step backward, not even half an inch. My shoulders were tight, my jaw locked so hard my teeth hurt. The woods behind me were silent, not peaceful silent, hell-breath silent. Finally, I forced myself to breathe. One slow inhale. One slower exhale. Nothing rushed me. Nothing whispered my name. Nothing reached out from the trees. But the fear didn't fade. It stayed sitting in my chest like a second heart trying to beat out of rhythm. I turned my head slightly, just enough to scan the path ahead. The maintained trail was maybe 50 or 60 yards away, close enough that sunlight actually reached the ground in patches. If I could get there, I'd be clear, visible, less boxed in. I'd be back in the real world. I stepped forward. The moment my boot crushed a dry pine needle, a tremor ran through the trees behind me like a single gust of wind pushing through the canopy. Except there was no wind. I didn't look back. I picked up my pace, keeping my eyes locked on the direction of the main trail. The forest gradually thinned. A fresher smell replaced the stale, cold air of the spur trail, something like warm bark and distant water. My breathing evened out a little. When I finally stepped onto the real trail, my knees nearly gave out with relief. I pulled my phone out again, half expecting the screen to be frozen on the voice memo. It wasn't. The device was off. Powered down completely. I held the power button. Nothing happened. It wasn't dead, just unwilling. I shoved it back into my pocket and started fast walking toward the trailhead. My muscles were jittery with leftover adrenaline, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was matching my pace somewhere in the trees. Not close. Not right behind me. But parallel. Keeping a quiet, steady distance. When I reached the first switchback, I forced myself to stop and listen. Silence. The good kind, this time, the kind where you hear distant birds, the creek running, a faint breeze. The kind that belongs in the woods. I exhaled shakily and kept moving. It took maybe 15 minutes before I noticed something that made my skin crawl all over again. My name wasn't echoing anymore. Not from the woods. From me. Every time I breathed out, the faintest trace of something whispered beneath it like an aftersound. Not words. Not full syllables. Just a ghost of tone. The kind you hear when someone is about to say your name. I forced myself to slow down, then inhaled deeply and exhaled again, more deliberately. There it was. Barely audible. Almost imaginary. A breath that didn't belong to me overlapping with mine. I clapped a hand over my mouth on instinct. The sound didn't repeat. My next exhale was only mine. I kept going, walking faster now, heart beating higher in my throat. The trail widened as I reached the lower section near the creek, and for a moment I thought I'd finally broken free of whatever had been following me. The trees spaced out into more familiar terrain. The sound of water grew stronger. A real hiker passed me going uphill, a man in his 50s with trekking poles. He nodded. I nodded back. He didn't give me a second look. That normalcy was almost enough to break something in me. I wanted to stop him. Ask if he'd heard anything strange. Ask if my voice sounded weird. Ask if something was behind me. But I didn't. Because what would I even say that didn't sound insane? I kept walking. When the trailhead sign came into view through the trees, I felt a surge of relief so strong I nearly broke into a run. Cars were parked in the gravel lot. A couple of hikers sat on a bench eating granola bars. A dog barked. A kid laughed. Everyday sounds. Reality. Normal. Safe. I stepped off the dirt path onto the gravel, ready to collapse, ready to let all of it drain out of me. And then I felt warm breath hit the back of my neck. Soft. Too soft. Close enough that the tiny hairs at my collar lifted. My body reacted before my mind did. I spun around so fast my backpack swung out and nearly knocked over a trail marker post. But there was nothing behind me. Not trees. Not hikers. Nothing close enough to account for the warmth I'd felt. I stumbled backward a step, hand pressed against my neck, heart pounding like I'd sprinted a mile. One of the hikers on the bench looked at me. "You okay?" "Yeah, I managed. Just dizzy." He shrugged and turned back to his snack. I stayed there a long moment, eyes locked on the dark opening where the trail disappeared back into the trees. The woods looked totally normal. Bright. Harmless. Nothing moved inside them. Nothing called my name. But the air had a pressure to it. A subtle sense of attention. Like the tree line itself knew I was watching. Or that it was watching me. I forced myself to walk to my car, climb inside, and slam the door. The moment the door shut, the pressure lifted. My breath steadied. I jammed the key into the ignition. The engine started without issue. My phone finally powered on when I tried again. The screen lit up perfectly, like nothing had ever been wrong. No voice memos. No open apps. No recordings. Clean. Normal. I drove away. I didn't look in the rearview mirror until I was halfway down the forest road. When I finally risked a glance, all I saw were trees shrinking behind me in a wash of afternoon light. No figure. No movement. Nothing. By the time I reached town, I'd almost convinced myself I'd imagined it. All of it. Stress. Echo acoustics. Panic loop. That illusion lasted until I got home. I dropped my pack on the floor, pulled out my phone to check for service, set it on the kitchen counter. As I started to walk away, the phone vibrated one sharp buzz. A notification appeared. Voice memo saved. File created at the exact minute I'd run toward the sunlight gap. My stomach turned to stone. I tapped it. The file was titled automatically. "Mia, stop." I didn't open it. I couldn't. Instead, I pressed and held until the delete prompt appeared, hit confirm, and tossed the phone onto the counter as if distance could protect me. For the rest of the night, I kept hearing it in my head anyway. My name, said in my own voice, close behind my ear. The only reason I'm writing this down is because I want to convince myself it was just sound trickery, fear, adrenaline. I want to say the woods don't know your name unless someone real is there to call you. But I know what I heard. I know that answering was the mistake. And I know deep down, in a place I really don't want to examine, that whatever called me off the trail isn't done yet. Because sometimes, when I wake up in the middle of the night, I swear I hear breathing just an inch behind mine. My name is Elias Drew, and the account I am about to give contains approximately 1,030 words. I offer it as clearly as I can, because the events happened in a single afternoon in Fish Lake National Forest, and even now, weeks later, I still find myself checking over my shoulder when I walk alone. I have hiked those forests since I was a teenager, and I have never considered myself reckless, but curiosity has a way of making you step 1 inch farther than you should. On that day, that 1 inch was the reason I almost never walked back out. I had been following a maintained trail near the eastern edge of the forest, a section where the pines grow tight enough to cast moving shadows even at noon. The air smelled like dry bark and dust. Everything was the dull cold of late summer. I had no destination beyond wanting a few quiet hours away from my desk. I remember checking my map at least twice, not because I was lost, but because the trail seemed strangely quiet, even for a weekday. No families, no mountain bikers, not even the distant sound of an ATV from the connecting roads. It felt as though the entire forest had paused its breathing. I had just reached a split in the trail when I noticed the sign. It was nailed to a ponderosa trunk with 2 old screws, the wood weathered to a grayish green. The letters were burned in, not printed, and they read, Crosscut 14. I frowned immediately. I know the crosscut routes around Fish Lake. The numbered ones exist, but they don't look like this, and none of them start this far east. I pulled out my map. Nothing. No crosscut 14 on any of the maintained sheets. But the arrow carved beneath the text pointed downhill into a narrow corridor of trees, the kind where the sunlight only slips in as thin slices between branches. People say don't follow unlisted signs in the woods. I normally wouldn't. But the placement was so deliberate, so confident, that it made me think I had somehow missed an older connector trail they never bothered updating. That happens sometimes in these forests, historic routes, fire breaks, forgotten ranger cuts. And, honestly, I was bored. The main trail felt too predictable. Downhill meant cooler air, maybe a creek, maybe privacy, maybe a little discovery. I told myself I would follow it only a short way, just to see where it came out. The first 50 yards were surprisingly clear. Someone had been through at some point, brush trimmed, a few logs sawn cleanly where they had fallen over the path. The ground dipped, and the silence thickened. Even the wind seemed to dull itself. I kept walking, noting how the trail bent lazily left, then right, slowly guiding me deeper into a pocket of denser woods. I didn't like how quiet it felt, but I also didn't feel threatened. Not yet. I had just passed a fallen pine when I heard it, a soft exhale behind me that wasn't mine. I stopped. My pack straps creaked. My own breath pushed in and out of my ears like surf. I turned slowly, expecting, honestly hoping, to see another hiker. There was nothing. Only the pale columns of pine trunks, the thin scatter of needles, and the long, unmoving shadows stretching between them. I told myself it had been my boots brushing something, or the shift of air in the narrow corridor. I kept walking, a little faster. 30 seconds later, I heard it again. A breath. A full, measured inhale overlapping my own. I froze so abruptly my knee popped. The sound stopped instantly, like someone had mirrored my movement. I spun around. Again, nothing. No animal in sight. No shape. No movement. Just the same feeling, the forest holding itself taut, as if waiting to see what I would do next. I don't jump to supernatural explanations. Fish Lake is full of wildlife. Elk, black bear, lions on the far ridges. But this wasn't the shuffle of an animal. It was the rhythm of a person walking behind me, matching me. Too close. My heart ticked harder. I scanned for boot prints, but the packed dirt showed only my own, crisp and recent. I lifted my camera and listened. Only silence. I wiped my palms on my shorts and debated turning back. I should have. I think about that constantly. But the weird thing was that going back suddenly felt harder than going forward, as if I had already committed to seeing where the trail led. The path narrowed another 20 feet in, dipping sharply toward a shallow drainage. The ground had moisture in it here, darker soil, a faint hint of running water somewhere ahead. I stepped over a root and heard the breathing again, this time not behind me, but slightly to my right, as though someone had sidestepped at the exact same moment I did. "Hello?" I said. My voice broke embarrassingly. If someone's there, I'm just hiking through. Silence pressed in, thick and unbroken. I crouched slightly, scanning under the branches for movement. The forest floor was a mess of needles and fallen cones. The shadows weren't cooperating, they looked like they shifted when they didn't. I took one step backward. At that precise second, something behind me shifted its weight with the soft crunch of pine needles. I whipped around so fast my pack nearly spun off my shoulder. No one. But the sound had been real. close. I had the overwhelming sensation of someone standing just outside my field of vision, choosing not to be seen. My breathing quickened. And when it did, the breathing behind me did too, 2 beats after mine. Soft, shallow, mimic breaths following my pace. I could feel sweat gathering at the base of my neck. My brain tried to rationalize, maybe a deer in parallel? Maybe an echo? But the breaths were too synchronized. And whatever it was, it felt like it stood upright. I finally decided enough. I started backing up the slope, retracing my steps. But when I turned around fully to do it, something small and subtle broke the pattern of the forest ahead of me. The crosscut 14 sign, visible through the trees, seemed farther than it should have been. I had walked maybe 100 yards, 200 at most. But the sign now looked well over 300 yards away, a tiny gray sliver almost swallowed by trees. The math didn't track. I blinked hard, convinced I had misjudged the distance. Trails bend. Lines of sight get weird. That's normal. But as I stared, the spacing of the trees between me and the sign felt wrong, like there were more trunks than before, or maybe they had shifted position while I wasn't looking. Behind me, the breathing persisted. Slow, patient, matching the tension flooding my chest. I didn't run yet. I wish I could say it was bravery, but it was the opposite. I was afraid that if I ran, whatever was mirroring me would run too, and I didn't think I wanted to know how fast it could move. I lifted my pack straps, swallowed dry air, and started walking back toward the main trail, keeping my steps deliberate, steady, controlled. With every step, the unseen footsteps followed, matching the tension flooding my chest. I tried to keep my pace even, telling myself the only thing behind me was my own fear. But the problem with fear is that it breathes. It has weight. And whatever followed me down crosscut 14 had both. For the first 50 steps or so, it remained behind me at the same distance, inhaling when I inhaled, exhaling when I exhaled, as though we shared a single pair of lungs. That terrified me more than footsteps might have. Footsteps could be explained. This rhythmic shadowing of my breath felt intentional. My focus narrowed to the sound of my boots meeting the dirt. I counted the steps in my head. 10, 20, 40. My shoulders knotted so tight they ached. I didn't turn around. I couldn't. I kept telling myself that paranoia amplifies small forest noises. That acoustic pockets can throw your own breathing back at you from different angles. That fear can bend distance. It sounded rational enough, but the part of me that had spent years hiking knew better. Forest echoes don't time themselves to your lungs with perfect precision. The hill was steeper on the way back up than I remembered. When I had followed the sign downhill, it felt like a gentle glide. Now it was a slog. My calves burned. I leaned forward into the incline, grabbing tree trunks to steady myself. Every time I stopped to breathe, the other breathing stopped 2 seconds later. I could feel its presence, not close enough to touch, but close enough that it felt like a hand hovered an inch from the back of my neck. When I hit the first bend in the trail, the shadows looked different. There were more of them, denser, layered in a way that felt unnatural for the time of day. Late afternoon sun should have hit the trunks at a slanted angle, but the gaps looked narrower, like the trees had slowly tightened around the trail behind my back. I kept climbing, scanning for the fallen pine I'd passed earlier. It would be the first marker telling me I was near the top of the cut. But I didn't see it. Not even the stump. The trail rose ahead of me in a long, unfamiliar curve. I stopped. Not because I wanted to, because it felt like the forest had suddenly grown colder, as if something had pulled the warmth out of the air. The breathing behind me stopped too. "Whoever you are," I said, trying to steady my voice. I'm heading out. I don't want trouble. If you need something, speak. Silence answered. Thick, still, grounded silence. It didn't feel like loneliness or emptiness. It felt like anticipation. I forced myself to turn around. There was no one there. No prints in the dirt except mine. No movement between the pines. Just a long, straight tunnel of trees disappearing downhill into dimming shadow. But the strangest thing was this: the angle of the trail going downhill looked steeper than it had seconds ago, as if someone had tilted the forest while I wasn't looking. The path I had just climbed shouldn't have looked that different. I blinked hard, rubbed my eyes, and chalked it up to adrenaline skewing my perception. I turned forward again, except the trail in front of me also looked wrong. It wasn't where it should have been. The bend was sharper, the slope gradual instead of steep. Something had shifted. Okay, I whispered. No, this is just panic. This is just panic messing with me. I took another step. A branch snapped to my right. Clean, hard, sharp. The kind of snap that requires weight. I spun toward the sound, my boots kicking up dirt. Nothing moved, nothing approached. But a faint smell hit me, something like wet soil and musk, too strong for the pine-heavy air. I lifted my camera out of instinct. The viewfinder framed only trees. Not a single bird call. Nothing. I started walking again, faster this time, following the trail even as it warped slightly with each glance. The breathing behind me resumed the moment I did. Slow. Intentional. Matching the rise and fall of my chest. Close. Stop, I said. Just stop. It didn't. I gripped the straps of my pack so tightly my knuckles hurt. My only goal now was to reach the main trail. Once I was out in open air, none of this would feel as threatening. But that hope kept shrinking each time I looked ahead and didn't recognize a single landmark. Fish Lake doesn't shift. Trails don't move. I told myself this like a mantra. Stay calm. Stay rational. People get turned around all the time. Your brain fills in wrong details under stress. But the thing following me didn't feel like stress. A fresh gust of wind pushed through the pines, bending them just slightly. Except the one tree closest to me didn't move at all. It stood absolutely rigid. Not a single needle quivered. The shadow it cast stretched toward me like a dark finger pointing at my spine. I stepped away from it and picked up my pace. The moment I passed its trunk, the breathing behind me deepened, almost a sigh. It sounded pleased. That was the moment panic finally broke free. I broke into a jog. My footsteps thudded heavily on the dirt. The other breathing sped up to match, not overlapping mine but following half a beat behind. I didn't hear footsteps, but I felt presence, a pressure, a closeness, a weight on the air. I didn't dare look back. I kept moving, ducking beneath branches, skirting around roots, the pack rocking against my shoulders. The forest blurred. Pine. Shadow. Dirt. Breath. My own heartbeat pounding in my ears. All I could think was, get to the sign, get to the sign, get to the sign. The trail curved again, and suddenly, finally, I saw something familiar. A fallen log. Thick trunk, cut clean through with a saw. Yes. I'd walked past this. I recognized the pattern of the bark, the way the stump angled. Relief hit so hard my knees almost buckled. I slowed down just enough not to fall. The breathing behind me slowed too. But now it felt closer, like if I stopped completely, I would feel it on the back of my neck. As I reached the log, something else caught my attention, the imprint of a boot on the dirt beside it. The tread pattern was familiar. Too familiar. I crouched, trying to convince myself I was wrong. It matched mine. The boot print pointed downhill, not uphill, which meant the print had been made when I first walked past this log, not when I came back up. Except the log was now on my left. It had been on my right when I approached it the first time. I turned around slowly. The breathing behind me deepened again, as though leaning in. My stomach dropped. The forest wasn't looping. It wasn't repeating. It was rearranging itself around me. I wasn't walking the same path twice. I was walking through something that didn't want me to leave. And whatever stood behind me, it wasn't trying to hide anymore. I didn't turn around right away. I don't think my body would have let me even if I tried. My legs locked, my fingers dug into the strap of my pack, and every instinct I had screamed that if I turned too fast, whatever waited behind me would move. The breathing hovered inches from my back, steady, patient, utterly human, and the warmth of it pressed faintly against my shirt. I felt like prey being studied. I took one slow step forward. The breathing followed, almost brushing my skin. Another step. Another mirrored breath. The trail ahead looked like a long, shifting tunnel of pines, and for one terrible second, I wondered if it would simply stretch forever. But movement caught my eye, faint, barely there movement, almost like the tops of the trees swayed in two different winds at once. A bad thought hit me. What if the direction I thought was forward wasn't forward anymore? I forced myself to stop. The breathing stopped too. When my lungs emptied, the other set emptied right after. That rhythm, that mimicry, felt deliberate now, like someone learning me. Testing me. I closed my eyes. "You're a person," I murmured to whatever stood behind me. "You're not an animal. You're not a ghost. You're a person." I needed it to be something real, something explainable. Some lost hiker playing a sick joke. Some disturbed individual who followed hikers into remote cuts to scare them. People can be cruel. People can stalk. People can breathe down your neck. But people eventually say something. I opened my eyes, stared straight ahead, and lifted my voice. I'm turning around now. I'm not running. I'm not a threat. Silence thickened. My throat tightened. I turned. Nothing stood on the trail. And that should have relieved me. It didn't. Because the breathing didn't stop. It wasn't coming from behind me anymore. It wasn't coming from the sides. It wasn't behind any tree. It was coming from everywhere at once, like the forest itself exhaled with my lungs. My legs nearly gave out. I steadied myself against a pine trunk, my palm pressing into its rough bark. The breathing deepened, as if leaning closer. The tree beneath my hand vibrated slightly, as though something large had pressed its weight into the opposite side of the trunk. I tore my hand away and backed up several steps. My boot hit something soft. I looked down. More boot prints, my own leading up the trail to the right, into thicker brush. I hadn't walked there. I would have remembered. They were fresh. Crisp. The edges hadn't even begun to crumble. I took another step back and almost tripped when a pine branch shifted somewhere above me. Not swayed. Shifted, like something heavy moved past it. My jaw clenched so hard I tasted metal. "Stop," I whispered. "Please." The forest inhaled with me. Exhaled with me. I had no plan. None. Every training video, every hiking safety rule, Every search and rescue briefing I'd ever watched flickered uselessly through my head. There is no protocol for this. There is no pamphlet that explains what to do when a forest breathes with you. I tightened my pack straps and began walking, not downhill, not uphill, but toward the brightest strip of sky I could see between the trees. Sunlight meant openness. Openness meant orientation. Orientation meant survival. I walked fast, stepping over roots, pushing through branches, ignoring the sting of bark scraping my arms. The breathing followed exactly. Perfect rhythm. Perfect timing. Perfect distance. Shadows thickened on the ground even though the sky hadn't dimmed. My boots slipped twice on loose needles. The trees here grew impossible close, closer than they should have, trunks almost aligned like bars. I squeezed sideways between two pines where the gap barely fit my shoulders, and the moment I did, a second set of footsteps, soft, close, shuffled behind me. Human. That time they sounded human. I bolted. Branches whipped my face. My breath tore out raggedly. The forest inhaled with me, exhaled with me, louder now, less like mimicry and more like accompaniment. Like breathing in harmony. Like something enormous was running just out of sight. I didn't look back. I ran until the trees blurred and the ground spun and my legs lost technique entirely. My lungs burned. But I saw it, a slash of sunlight opening between the trunks. It looked real. It looked right. A break in the forest. A slope rising sharply toward what I knew had to be the maintained trail. I scrambled toward it, boots slipping, hands grabbing roots and rocks, dirt filling my nails. The breathing behind me rose, faster, heavier, almost frantic. I felt it at my back, like pressure pushing me uphill. I spilled onto the open trail so suddenly my knee smashed the ground. Dirt flew. The sound of the mimicking breath stopped instantly. I scrambled to my feet, gasping. The maintained trail looked exactly as it should, wide, compacted earth, sunlight filtering through evenly spaced pines. A group of hikers would have been visible from 100 yards away. But there was no one. Just the quiet, normal forest of Fish Lake. The ordinary kind of silence. The kind that holds birds, insects, the sigh of distant wind. Not the kind that breathes with you. I staggered backward until my spine hit a tree. My ears rang. My chest heaved. I waited for the breathing to return. It didn't. For a full 30 seconds I didn't trust it. I kept turning slowly, scanning the trees for anything, any shape, any shadow, any wrong footstep. But nothing followed me out. The air felt clean, light, real. I started walking fast at first, then faster, until my fast walk became a jog and my jog became a shameless sprint. I didn't care how stupid I looked. I sprinted the entire way back to the trailhead, stumbling twice, my body screaming at me to stop. But I didn't slow until I reached the gravel parking area and collapsed against my car. And that's when it happened. As I fumbled with my keys, trying to force air back into my lungs, I heard something carried faintly on the wind. A breath. One single breath. Not behind me. Not beside me. But from the trail entrance. The path I'd just come running from exhaled a long, low sound, as though the forest was letting me go. The needles on the nearest pine shivered. The air shifted. Then it fell silent again, utterly and completely. I drove away so fast I nearly fishtailed on the gravel. Even now, I can't explain what happened. I've replayed the hours, the trail, the sign, the shadows. I've checked every map I own. Crosscut 14 doesn't exist. No ranger I've spoken to has heard of it. One guy told me flat out, There's no listed crosscut anything out there. And nothing downhill from that split except a dead drainage and thick timber. He laughed when I asked if the forest could play tricks with sound. I didn't laugh. I know what I heard. And I will never forget that feeling, the forest breathing with me, learning me, waiting for me to turn around. Whatever walked behind me on Crosscut 14 was real. Strictly realistic or not, something was there. And I don't think it wanted me to leave. My name is Harper Lynn, and I am a 34-year-old environmental survey technician contracted for a small mapping project in Saguaro National Park. That morning, still the same day this entire account takes place, I set out with the intention of completing a simple transect across one of the open desert flats west of the Lime Kiln Trail. The heat had not yet settled, and in the early light the saguaros stood long and thin like quiet sentinels. I remember feeling grateful for the calm. My job is usually routine, and that was all I expected it to be. The first cairn appeared maybe 40 minutes into the walk. It looked like any other, a modest stack of fist-sized rocks built on a flattened bit of desert soil, set just beside a faint game trail. It wasn't supposed to be there. The area I was surveying wasn't an established hiking route, and the park discourages visitors from making unauthorized cairns. Still, I didn't think much of it. People wander off trail all the time. I glanced at it, noted its location, and kept moving. The desert was at that perfect moment before the temperature surged. Everything was crisp, colors sharp, green petals of prickly pear, bright golden brittlebrush blooming between boulders, the long spines of saguaros backlit by the rising sun. I moved steadily, checking markers, marking soil crust patches, and scanning for invasive grasses. I didn't hear anything behind me. Didn't feel watched. Nothing strange. Just a quiet morning in the Sonoran Expanse. Maybe half an hour passed before I saw the second cairn. This one made me slow to a stop. It sat directly in my path, not off to the side like the first. And the stones weren't dusty like they should have been if they'd been sitting there for days or even hours. They were clean, freshly handled, the surfaces still darker from the oils of whoever stacked them. Even the soil at the base looked disturbed, like someone had stepped around it minutes earlier. That was the first moment a small, practical concern flickered through me. Not fear, not then, just a prickling awareness. There shouldn't have been anyone else out there. The access road gate was still closed when I came in, and only staff and contractors have keys. If someone else was hiking this deep, they must have arrived before first light or come from another direction. I scanned the flats. Nothing but saguaros and acres of open dirt studded with cholla and creosote. No movement. No distant figure. No footprints either. The ground was hard-packed, so that wasn't unusual, but still I crouched and checked. The disturbed soil around the cairn seemed to be from one pair of boots. And they were small prints, smaller than mine. No tread I recognized. I made a mental note and kept moving, though I found myself glancing over my shoulder more than before. Nothing changed. No sound but wind brushing through brittle brush and the soft scuff of my own steps. When I found the third cairn, the quiet inside me shifted. It was impossible to ignore what I was seeing by then. The stack was taller, maybe 8 or 9 stones. Balanced with careful, deliberate steadiness. And it hadn't been there 20 minutes earlier when I passed through that exact stretch of land. The desert flats were open enough that I would have seen someone walk behind me or past me. No one had. No prints. No camera gear or trail sensors or survey tools left by another team. Just a new cairn in a place where nothing should have changed. I checked the time. 10:18 a.m. The heat was already building, rising fast in the way only Saguaro National Park can do. It always feels like you're stepping into a slow, invisible furnace. I took a sip from my hydration bladder, rolled my shoulders, and told myself not to spiral into weird thoughts. People build cairns. Maybe someone camped out illegally overnight. Maybe a volunteer crew had been marking something. Yet none of that explained the timing. None of it explained why each cairn seemed to be placed exactly where I was heading, arranged in a straight, deliberate line. When the fourth one appeared, I stopped pretending it was coincidence. It was smaller than the others, just 3 rocks, a signal more than a marker. And this time, there was something beside it, a tiny ribbon of disturbed dust, like a boot pivoted in a half circle. I followed the curve with my eyes, but it faded into the hard desert crust before revealing anything. The weirdest part, the top stone was still warm when I touched it. I'm familiar with stone heat cycles in the desert. I know how long it takes for a rock to warm in direct sun versus shade. This one was warm in an uneven, unmistakably human way, one side holding heat, the underside cooler. Someone had placed it no more than a few minutes before I got there. That was when the silence hit me differently. Before, it had felt peaceful. Now it felt tuned, purposeful, like the desert was holding its breath around me. Even the saguaros seemed stiller. No insects buzzing, no distant cactus wrens chattering, no rustle of jackrabbits kicking through brush. I tried calling out, but my own voice landed strangely on the open air. Weak. Thin. Swallowed almost instantly by distance. No echo. Nothing answered. I kept walking because stopping felt worse. The path, if you could call it one, sloped gently westward toward a low basin. The heat shimmered thick across the flats. I checked my position on GPS. Everything was normal. No glitches, no weird readings. But the cairns continued. One every few hundred feet. Then every 100. Each one freshly made. Each one lined up with the last. Someone was guiding me somewhere. Or leading me away from something. Or trying to keep me on a route that only they understood. By the time the 6th cairn appeared, the temperature was brutal. Sweat soaked my shirt. My pack straps burned against my skin. But the part that bothered me most wasn't the heat or the cairns, it was the absolute absence of any sign of the person building them. I'm not easily spooked. I've worked in isolated terrain my entire adult life. But something about this felt intentional in a way that didn't match any reasonable explanation. The cairns weren't random hiker markers, weren't sloppy or casual. Someone was watching me close enough to place them at precise intervals, always ahead of me, never behind. The 7th cairn finally forced me to stop. It was different. Not just fresh, new. Personal. On top of the stack, balanced carefully, was something that didn't belong in the desert at all. A small, perfectly smooth river stone. It gleamed pale against the desert grit, and I felt my stomach tighten. River stones don't just appear in the middle of Saguaro National Park. You have to bring them in. Meaning whoever was leaving these wasn't just some random hiker. They'd planned this. Or they knew I would come this way. And there, for the first time all morning, I felt watched. Not heard, watched. A subtle awareness at the back of my neck, like someone stood far off behind a saguaro, not moving, waiting for me to understand the message. I turned in a slow circle. The desert stretched out empty in every direction. But I swear something ducked behind a tall saguaro just as my eyes swept past it. I didn't walk toward the movement. I'm not reckless, and I've spent enough time in the Sonoran Desert to know that people, especially strangers out this far, can be far more dangerous than wildlife. Instead, I backed a few steps away from the cairn with the river stone and adjusted my footing so I could see more of the surrounding saguaros. Nothing shifted. Nothing peaked. But the sense of being observed didn't ease. It pressed harder, subtle as a hand against the back of my neck. I considered turning around and heading straight back the way I came, but something about the layout of the cairns made that feel like a mistake. They were spaced too precisely. Whoever placed them had been close, within minutes of me at every step. And if they were leading me somewhere, then turning back might put me closer to them instead of farther away. My radio crackled faintly on my chest strap, just static, nothing intelligible, which wasn't unusual in the low basins, but still annoyed me. I tried calling the station, but the transmission didn't connect. That alone wasn't enough to panic. Saguaro has dead zones everywhere. Still, the timing wasn't great. I rechecked my GPS. The signal held steady, no glitches, no drift. According to the coordinates, I was still within my planned survey zone, only slightly west of the intended transect line. The cairns had pulled me off my original path, but not dangerously far. I could still get out before late afternoon heat hit its worst. I told myself to breathe and keep walking, not following the cairns exactly, but staying at an angle that moved me back toward the known terrain. If the cairns were meant to guide me somewhere, I wouldn't be following the script. If they were marking something dangerous, I wouldn't be walking into it. And if someone was watching me, they have to adjust to me instead of the other way around. But 2 minutes later, I found another cairn. Not ahead of me this time, off to my right, maybe 15 feet away, angled exactly where I'd shifted course. A perfect little stack, just 5 stones, but set freshly on disturbed soil. Whoever built it wasn't reacting to my previous path. They were reacting to my current one, which meant they were close. Sweat prickled hot across my back. Not from the desert heat, though that was climbing fast, but from the cold realization that someone was tracking me with uncanny precision. They weren't guessing. They weren't setting these hours ahead. They were placing them in real time, always just out of sight. I scanned the saguaros again. Their tall shapes cast long, narrow shadows, and in the shimmering heat it was hard to distinguish movement from mirage. But one thing was certain. Nothing human-sized was strolling openly across the flats. Whoever they were using the desert's vertical cover expertly. I picked up my pace. Not a run. Running in the Sonoran Desert is asking to trip on a cholla ball and ruin your whole day, but a fast, deliberate stride. I aimed for a slight rise in the land ahead, where a cluster of boulders gave me a chance to gain elevation and maybe a better vantage point. For a moment, it worked. I reached the rocks, climbed up 2 feet, then 3, boots scraping against sun-warmed granite. From the top, I looked across the basin. Flat. Empty. Still. Except for a new cairn. It sat at the base of the boulders, directly where I had just walked past minutes earlier. A short, neat stack. 6 stones. And on top of it lay something that made my mouth go dry. A strip of red fabric. I crouched instinctively, pulling myself lower behind the rocks. My pack doesn't have red on it. Neither do my clothes. But one of the park volunteer programs uses red flagging tape sometimes to mark invasive species clusters, and I'd passed a roll in the office just yesterday. This wasn't that. The fabric wasn't nylon tape, it was cotton. Torn. Frayed. The kind you might get from a sleeve or old bandana. I felt my pulse in my jaw. Someone had ripped a bit of their own clothing and placed it there for me to see. And they'd done it while I climbed just feet above them. I checked the time. 11:07 a.m. The heat was full and merciless now. The kind that makes the horizon blur and the air shimmer. I reached for my water tube and took a longer drink than I meant to. My hands weren't shaking but felt like they could if I let them. I needed to get out. Whatever was happening wasn't some weird coincidence or an overeager trail volunteer. This was stalking, real, intentional, and disturbingly organized. I stayed crouched for another minute, scanning for any sign of movement. Still nothing. The desert is too good at swallowing people when they don't want to be seen. I decided to move northeast toward a known dry wash that eventually linked to a marked trail. It was further from the station but closer to a route where I might encounter another staff member or volunteer. I scrambled down the boulders and set off fast, staying low when I could, switching directions slightly every few minutes to break any predictable pattern. No cairns appeared for maybe 10 minutes, and for a moment I let myself hope I'd shaken them. Then I saw 3 at once. They were spaced in a perfect line along the direction I was moving, small, medium, large. Like a sequence. The nearest one wasn't even 30 feet ahead of me. All 3 were new. I stopped dead. The medium one had a stone on top that was still rolling slightly, like it hadn't settled yet. Someone had placed these seconds ago. Not minutes, seconds. That meant they were no longer staying ahead of me. They were moving parallel to me. Or worse, in a circle. I heard it then. Not loud. Not close. But real. A single crunch of gravel under a boot. I whipped my head toward the sound, but heat haze distorted everything. The saguaros wavered in the distance. Nothing moved. Another crunch. Softer. Same direction. Someone was behind one of the saguaros about 40 yards ahead, concealed by its thick vertical trunk. Standing still or moving slowly, matching my pace. I felt the primal surge of adrenaline, the stripped-down instinct to survive. My breathing quickened. My vision sharpened. I reached for the small emergency whistle clipped to my chest strap, not because I thought it would summon help, but because noise might break whatever silent game this person thought they were playing. But before I touched it, something else caught my eye. At the base of the nearest saguaro, directly where the shadow cut the sunlight, a face appeared. Just half of one. Pale skin in the shade. An eye. The edge of a cheek. Someone leaning just enough to look at me. They didn't step out. Didn't speak. Didn't run. Just watched. I blinked, just a reflex, but when my eyes opened again, the face was gone. Not further back. Not moving away. Simply gone behind the curve of the cactus. I didn't wait to see if they'd appear again. I turned sharply and started moving fast toward the wash, weaving between cholla and brittle brush, keeping my eyes scanning constantly. My boots kicked up dust. Sweat ran down my spine. Every few seconds I checked behind me, but I didn't see the person again. Yet the cairns kept appearing. Always ahead now. Always fresh. Always waiting. Someone was not just following me. They were hurting me. And I could feel deep in the hollow of my chest that whatever they were leading me toward was getting closer. And I was running out of directions left to escape to. The ground sloped gently downward as I pushed toward the wash, the air tightening around me with that heavy, shimmering heat that makes every breath feel like it scraped through an oven first. I could hear my own pulse louder than the crunch of my boots. I kept glancing behind me, expecting that pale face to appear again, leaning from behind another saguaro. But nothing moved. Not a person. Not an animal. Just the still, blistering desert. But the cairns didn't stop. Every time I changed direction to throw off the pattern, another one was waiting, always placed freshly, always where I would see it. Some were small stacks, just 2 or 3 stones, others more elaborate. One had a cactus spine stuck upright in the top rock like a little marker. Another had a hollowed-out bit of cholla skeleton tucked between the stones. Whoever was doing this had time to be creative. And that terrified me more than anything else. By the time I reached the edge of the wash, I was breathing too fast. The sandy channel stretched out before me in a pale curve, bordered by low scrub and the occasional leaning mesquite. I recognized this wash. It ran north toward a marked trail about 2 miles away. If I stayed in the bottom long enough, the elevation drop might give my radio a better chance. But the wash also created blind corners, high banks, perfect hiding spots. I didn't have many choices left. I dropped into the wash, sand shifting under my boots, and followed its bend. The shade from the banks offered a second's relief before the heat doubled again. I checked my radio. Still nothing but static, but maybe 10% clearer. I tried another call. No response. I kept moving. For a few minutes, the wash curved gently and there were no cairns. No movement. No sounds except the faint sigh of wind dragging over the lip of the sandbanks. For the first time since the face appeared, I felt a tiny thread of hope unwind inside my chest. Then I rounded the next bend, and everything inside me snapped tight again. A single cairn sat directly in the middle of the wash. Tall. 7 stones. Balanced like a spine. And beside it, half buried in the sand, was a footprint. Not mine. Small. Light. A narrow heel. The same size I'd seen earlier near the third cairn. The tread didn't match anything I recognized, smooth at the center, shallow ridges at the edges. Not heavy hiking boots. Not trail runners. Something older. Worn. I crouched for a closer look but didn't touch it. The sand around it looked recently disturbed. Too recently. A soft clatter behind me made me whip around. A stone had rolled down the wash bank. Just one stone. But stones don't fall alone without something nudging them. I stared at the bank, the shadow along the slope unmoving. No one visible. But someone had just been there close enough to dislodge a rock. I backed away from the cairn and kept walking, heart hammering hard against my ribs. The adrenaline had burned past sharp fear and settled into something colder, more focused. I needed distance. I needed open sight lines again. Staying in the wash felt like walking in a trap. After another 200 yards, I climbed up the west bank in one fast scramble, grabbing at mesquite roots for leverage until I pulled myself free onto flat desert again. My shirt stuck to my back. My hat brim dripped sweat. The horizon vibrated with heat waves. And waiting at the top of the bank was another cairn. This one was only 4 stones, but they were arranged in a perfect circle, not a stack. A ring. Deliberate. Centered exactly where I'd climbed up. Someone had predicted my exit point. Or watched me the entire time. I spun, scanning hard. The saguaros swayed in the heat distortion. Their shadows stretched long and warped. Every one of them could hide a person behind it. Every one of them looked like a sentinel. I pulled my water tube into my mouth and drank long, trying to slow my breathing. I needed a new plan. Something the cairnmaker wouldn't anticipate. The only terrain feature nearby that offered actual cover, not just vertical cactus trunks, was a shallow rise studded with boulders maybe a quarter mile north. If I reached those rocks, I could get a vantage point. Maybe even spot whoever was following me. I lowered my pack straps, tightened them, and started moving. Fast. I didn't care about noise anymore. My boots pounded the ground, grit ticking in all directions. I kept my eyes on the rise, choosing a straight path, no more zigzagging. If the cairns appeared there too, then I'd know I was completely boxed in. Halfway there, I glanced back and froze mid-step. Someone was standing in the wash. Not close. Not far. Maybe 100 yards back. The heat made their shape waver, but I could see enough. A slim build, sun-bleached clothing, unmoving posture. They weren't hiding now. They weren't behind a saguaro. They stood fully in the open, watching me. I couldn't see their face, couldn't make out features, but I saw the tilt of their head, locked directly onto me with an awful, patient stillness. Then one small movement, they bent down and placed a stone, not a cairn, just one stone, set gently onto the sand. I didn't wait for the next move. I ran. The desert exploded under my feet, each stride pushing deeper into the heat. Sweat blurred my vision. My legs felt like they were moving through thick air. The rocks ahead shimmered like a mirage, but I didn't look back. Not once. I just ran until the ground shifted into gravel and I reached the base of the boulders. I climbed the first one, scrambling upward until I was high enough to see over the flats. The wash lay behind me, curving like a pale ribbon. It was empty. No figure. No movement. Just the endless desert. But the stone they placed was still there, one tiny dot of shadow against the washed-out sand. My throat tightened. Whoever they were, they moved too fast. Too silently. They could vanish behind the smallest bit of terrain like the desert swallowed them whole. I forced myself to keep scanning, and that was when I saw it. Farther northwest, beyond the edge of the wash, beyond the flats, another cairn. Much larger, built on a slight rise. A landmark. One I had never seen before despite surveying this area multiple times. This was the destination. All the smaller cairns had been hurting me here. I didn't want to go near it. Every instinct in me screamed to backtrack, to find any other route. But I knew deep down that if I tried to run, the Watcher would appear again. Or the cairns would redirect me. Or I'd end up more lost, more disoriented, more vulnerable. So I took a breath, let it out slowly, and climbed down from the boulder. As I approached the large cairn, each step felt heavier, like the desert thickened around me. The structure was taller than my knee, wide at the base, built with stones that didn't belong here, river stones, granite chunks, smooth and rounded pieces that must have been carried in from far outside the park. Someone had spent years building this. Or generations. At its base, half propped against a stone, something waited. Not a cloth scrap. A photograph. The edges were sun-faded. The image was grainy. But the person in the photo was unmistakable. It was me, standing in Saguaro National Park. Yesterday. My same clothes. My same pack. Taken without my knowledge. A shadow behind me in the picture, a human shape I had never seen at the time, leaned from behind a saguaro. Closer than I had ever realized. My stomach dropped so hard I almost tasted metal. Someone had been following me long before today. Maybe long before this assignment. Maybe every time I came into this area. A soft crunch sounded behind me. I turned slowly. The Watcher stood just 30 feet away. Closer now. Still silent. Still patient. Still watching. I didn't scream. Didn't run. Didn't speak. I just stood there, with the sun burning overhead and the heat radiating off the stones, realizing the most terrifying truth of the entire day. This wasn't the first time they had led someone here. But I might be the first one who saw them do it. And the only question left was whether they would let me walk away. My name is Rowan Hale, and I work as a field botanist for a small ecological research group contracted in Western Oregon. I normally spend my days collecting riparian vegetation samples, recording soil moisture data, and mapping invasive spread along minor creek systems. Nothing dramatic, nothing remotely close to what I'm about to describe. What happened took place over the course of a single October afternoon, and I've replayed it so many times that every minor detail feels stamped into the inside of my skull. It started at around noon, after a morning of sampling along a section of unnamed tributary a few miles off the main trail in the Willamette foothills. It had rained overnight, a soft soaked-in kind of rain that turns the duff into something spongy and muted under your boots. The air still carried the cold, metallic scent of wet cedar. I was alone, as I usually am. Our team divides sections and we check in by radio at set intervals. Everything felt normal. Ordinary. If anything, my mood leaned on the good side. The forest was quiet and calm, steady way Oregon forests can be, and I could hear the faint gurgle of the creek through the understory. The creek is what pulled my attention. I noticed it by coincidence at first, catching a flash of movement through the sword ferns when I bent to check a soil marker. But something about the way it moved made me pause. The surface didn't ripple downhill. If anything, the glint of motion seemed to push the opposite direction, toward the forest interior rather than away from it. I thought maybe I misread it. Maybe the water was swirling strangely around a root, or maybe a down log created some kind of backflow. So I stepped closer. I should say this clearly, nothing in the environment felt supernatural or bizarre at first. The light was normal, diffuse but bright through the cloud cover. The air wasn't cold enough to raise goosebumps. My mind wasn't playing tricks. I was focused, sober, and fully tethered to reality. What I saw looked physically wrong, but not impossible at a glance. A trick of angles, maybe. A weird hydrological quirk. I've seen enough odd water behavior to not jump to conclusions. But then I reached the bank. The creek bent around a cluster of alder roots, and the water at the bend shivered as if the whole surface was being tugged in one direction, not downstream, but upstream. Not wildly, not with some dramatic force, just subtly. Like you'd see if someone dragged a stick just beneath the surface and the water followed. It wasn't turbulent. It wasn't loud. It was gentle, almost delicate. But absolutely wrong. I crouched there and stared long enough that I forgot about the sample bag in my hand. As a botanist, I'm not a hydrologist, but I know enough physics to understand that water doesn't choose uphill paths without pressure or force behind it. This creek had neither. The incline was undeniable. The creek should have been heading north, not south. I could have walked away. I should have. But curiosity is a dangerous instinct when you work in the field. It's also the one that keeps you good at your job. So I stepped off the marked survey line and followed the upstream pole. The forest tightened quickly when I left the flagged zone. The ferns grew taller, some reaching my hip, and the moss-covered branches hung low across the creek like they were trying to seal it from above. I kept one eye on the bank to avoid slipping and the other on the strangely moving surface of the water. Every few steps I checked my GPS. It pinged normally, but the map didn't show any major features ahead, just more creek, another bend, and a mild elevation rise. I followed for maybe 15 minutes before I saw the first sign that I wasn't supposed to be there. Someone had cut a narrow path along the creek side. Not a trail, nothing that official. Just a faint, human-made access line through the ferns, maybe 2 boots wide at most. The cut marks were old but deliberate. The undergrowth hadn't swallowed the path entirely, which meant it wasn't ancient, but it wasn't actively used either. I stopped and checked for boot impressions. The ground was too wet and soft to hold old prints, and I didn't see anything fresh. I radioed into my team lead, Mark, partly because protocol requires it whenever you deviate from planned survey lines, but partly because I wanted another human voice. Heading about 60 meters off route, I said. Curious hydrology behavior along the unnamed trib. I'll document and return to the grid. Static answered first, then Mark's voice. Copy that, Rowan. Don't go too far. Weather's shifting later. Normal. Routine. No drama. But hearing his voice was grounding, and I didn't realize until then that a knot had started forming in my stomach. I kept walking. Maybe 10 more minutes passed. The creek grew narrower. The water pulled harder upstream, creating a slight suction sound beneath the surface like something was inhaling beneath the rocks. Still subtle, but consistent. It reminded me of the way tide pools sometimes gasp between cycles, except this wasn't tidal. It wasn't connected to anything that should move water like that. Then I found the second sign. A metal stake, rusted and bent, stuck out of the bank. At its top was a faded yellow ribbon, the same kind used for temporary field markers by survey teams, restoration crews, sometimes search teams. But this ribbon wasn't ours. And it wasn't from any recent project. It was brittle, sun-warped, the lettering long gone. I didn't touch it. I didn't have to. The ground around the stake was disturbed in a way that didn't match erosion or animal activity. More like someone had dug into the bank, then loosely refilled it years ago. The soil caved a little under its own weight, but not enough to reveal what had been there. I crouched again, running my gloved fingers through the wet leaf litter. Something about the soil felt too soft, almost plush. I scraped gently until the pads of my fingers hit something that resisted slightly. Fabric. Or what felt like fabric. I froze. Every instinct in me said to uncover it, but another equally strong instinct said to leave it alone. I couldn't tell why, just that something about the situation didn't feel like innocent environmental history. A breeze pushed through the cedars above me, but the air along the creek barely moved. The water made that soft inhaling sound again. My internal clock told me it was well past 1. I hadn't eaten. My back ached. But the pull, the same subtle pull that moved the water, kept tugging at my attention. So I followed the creek further. It wasn't until the next bend that things shifted from odd to unsettling. The bank dropped sharply, forming a small ravine maybe 6 or 7 feet deep. I slid down carefully, using the exposed alder roots for support. The air grew colder down there, closer to the water. And then I saw them. Boot prints. Fresh ones. Heading upstream. The boot prints shouldn't have been there. The ravine floor was soft with wet silt, the kind that records every tread cleanly, and these impressions were crisp. I crouched over them, my heart thumping hard enough that I felt it in my fingertips. The toe marks were deep, the heels slightly shallower, as if whoever made them leaned forward while walking. Whoever it was had been moving upstream, following the same impossible pull I'd been tracking. I set my hand beside one of the impressions. The print was almost exactly my size. I don't know why that hit me so hard. It wasn't illegal for someone to be out here. Hunters, survey crews, lost hikers, they all passed through these forests sometimes. A matching boot size didn't mean anything besides coincidence. But there was something uncomfortable in the symmetry of it. The stride length, the angled approach up the creek bed, even the depth of pressure in the silt, so similar to how I myself walked through rough terrain. I lifted my radio. "Mark, you copy?" A fizz of static answered. I shifted my position, angled the antenna upward. "Mark, I have some recent prints along the creek. Anyone else working this sector today?" Static again, then the faintest clip of something that might have been his voice. Or interference. Hard to tell. I backed up until I found a slightly higher point in the ravine where the canopy broke open just enough to let signal through. I tried again. "Mark, confirm if any field workers logged GPS up here in the last 24 hours. Still nothing. That knot in my stomach tightened. I kept following the prints because not doing so felt worse. They paced the creek bed for about 15 more meters, crossing once to the opposite side, then curving toward a steeper incline. That incline made no sense. It was slick with moss and shale, not at all a path someone would choose if they were trying to navigate the ravine. But the prints climbed straight up it, boots slipping slightly but continuing with a purposeful angle, as though whoever made them didn't hesitate. I climbed after them. The slope was brutal, and several times I had to grab roots to keep myself from sliding back down. By the time I reached the top, my breath came sharp and fast. The forest beyond was silent. Too silent. Not in the dramatic horror movie way, no sudden vacuum of sound, no instant hush, but a subtler, more uncomfortable quiet. The sort that settles in these woods only when weather changes or predators pass through. Even the usual background chatter, juncos, chickadees, the faint rustling of small mammals in the underbrush was absent. I checked the GPS again. My location blinked on the map, but the screen glitched slightly as it refreshed. The topography wasn't shifting, but the signal strength fluctuated in a way that reminded me of being in a narrow canyon rather than a shallow ravine. Maybe it was the tree density. Maybe the cloud cover thickened. Maybe I was just getting rattled. The boot prints continued in front of me. Same size. Same stride. Same slight forward lean. The forest floor was damp, so each step left a darkened patch of compressed duff. I followed. The creek angled below me now, still pulling upstream, the surface dimpling rhythmically as if something beneath it breathed in cycles. The sound was faint but persistent. A slow inhale. A slower exhale. I found myself matching my own breathing to avoid feeling out of sync with it. Another 100 meters. Then the trail of prints dipped again toward the creek, and I slid down after them, catching myself against a fallen log. That's when I saw the third sign something was wrong. A backpack. Not mine. Not any model our team used. It leaned against the base of a cedar maybe 10 feet from the creek, half covered by ferns but not withered enough to have been there long. The fabric was forest green, smeared with mud. One strap was torn. The zippers were closed. I approached slowly, calling out instinctively even though every part of me already knew the forest would answer with nothing. Hello? Anyone out here? No reply. I nudged the pack upright. It wasn't heavy. When I unzipped the top, the smell of damp earth and mildew puffed out, but nothing rotted or dead. Inside, a crumpled field notebook, the edges water-warped. A single wool glove. A collapsed metal cup. No ID. No food. No sign of its owner. The field notebook caught my attention. The front cover was blank except for an indentation where someone had once pressed a pen too hard. I thumbed through the pages. Most were empty. A few pages near the front contained scribbles, no dates, no headings, no context. Just notes. Water behaving upstream. Not sure why. Sound like inhalation. Not wind. Do not follow. Turn around. That last line made my stomach flip. I read it again, slower this time. The handwriting was rough, almost frantic, as if written quickly in bad conditions. It didn't look familiar, but the words, those exact words, felt like someone speaking directly into the base of my skull. I swallowed hard and checked my surroundings again. Nothing moved. The forest wasn't shifting. No figures. No animals. Just stillness and that slow pulsing draw of upstream water. I kneeled to check the ground near the backpack, searching for prints or drag marks, anything indicating what direction the owner went. At first I saw nothing distinct, but then, to the right of the cedar, I found more impressions. Boot prints. Same size. Same depth. Same forward lean. They continued upstream. I stood and reached for my radio again. Mark, I need a response. I've located someone's abandoned gear. A crackle of static, then half a syllable, and I pressed the transmit button harder. Mark, confirm you copy. Ow, the voice was thin, warped. Mark, say again. Silence. The air felt wrong now. Not cold. Not heavy. Just tight, as if the space between the trees shrank by a hair. I packed the notebook into my vest pocket to bring back for reporting and followed the prints. The creek narrowed further, the banks tightening into a shallow corridor. The water's upstream pull became more visible, the surface dimpling in more pronounced rhythms. The inhale-exhale cadence grew steadier, louder, still soft but no longer ignorable. Another 50 meters. The boot prints suddenly became messy, angling sharply to the left as if the person had stumbled. The impressions deepened, the toe marks more pronounced, as though the person had tried to pivot or run. I moved faster now, adrenaline cutting through my hesitation. My boots squelched in the damp soil as I crossed toward the bend. The creek ahead made a sound I can only describe as a choking gurgle. Not natural. Not the gentle riffle you hear when water hits a blockage. This sounded strained. And then I saw the fourth sign. A jacket, dark, soaked, silt-matted, caught on a branch in the middle of the creek. Caught upstream, as if something had dragged it against the current and then left it. I stepped closer. The fabric fluttered slightly, not from wind, but from the pull beneath the water. It wasn't stuck, it was being held. My pulse hammered. I scanned the banks for the person who left it, for any sign of movement, for a body. Nothing. The prints ended at the edge of the creek, and the water kept pulling. I stared at the spot where the prints ended, the silt smoothed over just enough that the last impressions blurred into nothing. It looked like whoever made them had stepped right to the creek's edge and then what? Jumped? Fallen? Been pulled? I crouched instinctively, lowering my center of gravity as if that would keep me grounded against whatever made the water behave like this. The jacket tugged slightly where it caught on the branch, the water beneath it dimpling in those slow, steady pulses. I watched one cycle, then another, counting seconds between the rhythmic pulse. 5 seconds. Then 6. Then 5 again. Not tidal. Not wind-based. It was patterned, but not perfectly so. Almost like something alive trying to breathe through a narrow airway. Against every better judgment I've ever had, I reached out with a branch and hooked the jacket closer. It took more force than I expected. The jacket felt almost suctioned to the spot, and when it finally jerked free, the water below shivered sharply, rippling outward in a fast, unnatural recoil before settling back into its rhythmic pull. I stepped back immediately, pulse hammering. The jacket was waterlogged and heavier than it should have been. When I laid it on the ground to inspect it, I saw the tag had been cut out. The pockets were zipped. The fabric was torn at the left shoulder like the person wearing it had scraped against something rough or been yanked. I didn't want to admit I was scared. Fear in the field is like a fever. Once it starts, it spreads through every rational thought. But the fear was there now, humming in my ribs. I radioed again. Mark, I found more belongings. No sign of the owner. If you copy, I need guidance on how to proceed. The static hissed in response, dragging for a long second before fading out completely. I clipped the radio back to my vest, trying to steady my breathing. The creek pulled again, this time with a sharper slurp, like something underwater shifted. I took 3 steps back. I scanned the area. No movement. No footprints besides mine now crisscrossing the soft soil. The forest was still too quiet. If someone fell in, I needed to check downstream, not upstream, but the water behavior made that assumption worthless. The pull didn't obey gravity. If someone disappeared into it, I forced myself to focus. Mark would call for me if he could. The radio might be affected by the terrain, or the moisture, or the cloud density. I needed to move someplace with better signal. But before I turned away, a faint scuff caught my ear. Not from the creek. From ahead. Just beyond the next bend. I froze, listening. At first I thought it was a branch creaking, but then it came again, soft, irregular, like someone shifting weight on damp soil. I called out, louder than before. "Hello? I'm with a research team. If anyone's injured, say something." Silence followed for several seconds, broken only by the muted inhale of the creek. Then another scuff. This one farther up the bank. I edged forward, scanning between the trees. The undergrowth thickened sharply in that direction, ferns, vine maple, huckleberry shrubs grown dense enough to obscure movement beyond 5 or 6 meters. I took a cautious step, then another. The ground sloped upward into a small rise, and midway up that slope, something caught my eye, a disturbed patch of soil where needles had been brushed aside. Not a full footprint. More like someone had braced a hand or neither, trying to stand. "Hey," I called again, trying to keep my voice steady. "If you can hear me, keep making noise. I'm here to help." No answer. But the silence didn't feel empty. It felt watched. I climbed the rise slowly. The air grew colder with each step, though the canopy hadn't changed. When I reached the top, I found another small clearing. And right in the center was the fourth and worst sign something had gone very wrong. A second backpack. This one torn open. The contents scattered: soggy maps, a cracked water filter, a pair of socks smeared with what looked like mud but smelled wrong, metallic. There was a boot too, just one, lying on its side with the laces ripped out cleanly. A shiver ran down my spine. Predators sometimes drag belongings like this, but they don't usually strip laces or open zippers. I bent to examine the boot. Same sole pattern as the prints I'd been following. Same size. I stood quickly. "Hello?" My voice cracked slightly. "If you're out here, please respond." A faint rustle answered, but behind me this time. I spun around. The undergrowth at the tree line quivered. Not from wind. Something had moved through it. No larger than a person, but not smaller either. I couldn't see the shape, just the after-movement, the subtle sway of ferns closing slowly behind whatever passed through. I forced myself to stay still. Everything inside me screamed to back away, to run, to get out of the forest and to higher signal ground. But something deeper, maybe instinct, maybe rational caution, kept me rooted. If someone was alive, moving, evasive, I needed to figure out why. I took one step toward the tree line. "Hey, stop. I'm not here to cause trouble. I'm trying to help you." The ferns swayed again. Then came a sound I will never forget. A single, sharp exhale. Not from the creek. Not from an animal. From a human throat trying to stay quiet. It was close. Too close. I raised my hands slightly, palms open. "Okay. I hear you. I'm not going to approach. But if you're injured..." Another rustle. Then something metallic clinked lightly, like a buckle tapping against a stone. I lowered my voice. "Talk to me. Please." For a moment, everything held still. The forest. My lungs. Even the creek felt like it paused its strange pulling rhythm. And then, a figure shifted between the trees. I caught only a glimpse, dark clothing, mud-smeared, hunched forward, arms close to the body. The posture was wrong, the angle of the shoulders too stiff, like the person was bracing against something I couldn't see. Their face, if it was a face, was turned just enough that I couldn't make out features. I stepped forward automatically. "Hey, wait." The figure jerked sharply and fled deeper into the brush, moving fast, too fast for someone who should have been injured, but not smoothly either, more like they were being yanked or guided by momentum that didn't belong to them. I started after them before my brain caught up. Branches slapped my arms. Ferns tangled my boots. I pushed through until I reached a point where the brush opened into another creek bend. The water here was moving violently upstream. Not subtly. Not gently. It churned backward in a tight helical pull, like a whirlpool rotated on its side. The air tasted metallic. The ground vibrated faintly under my feet. The figure was gone. But fresh prints, still filling with water, led straight to the bank. And vanished. I backed away, heart pounding so hard I felt dizzy. My radio hissed suddenly, alive with static and fragments of Mark's voice. "Rowan, signal where?" I scrambled up the bank, clutching the radio. Mark, I need immediate assistance. Someone is missing, possibly multiple people, and the creek, something is wrong with the creek." Static swallowed his reply. I didn't look back at the water. I didn't try to follow the prints anymore. I ran. I didn't stop until the forest noise returned to the ordinary hum of life, birdsong, insects, the distant crack of branches, all the things I hadn't noticed disappearing. By the time I reached the main survey grid, my throat burned and my hands shook so badly I dropped my notebook twice. Mark met me halfway down the trail, breathless from sprinting. He asked me what happened. I told him everything. A search team went back with me before sunset. They found nothing. No backpacks. No jacket. No prints. No ravine scuffs. Not even the metal stake. The creek flowed normally, downhill, exactly the way it should. No one believed me. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And sometimes on cold, wet days, when the forest goes quiet in the wrong way, I swear I still hear it. That slow, rhythmic inhale, pulling from somewhere it shouldn't. My name is Daphne Rowe, and on the morning of August 18th, I began what was meant to be a routine solo hike in the Selkirk Mountains of northern Idaho. For context, I am 33 years old, an environmental survey contractor working under a seasonal state contract, and my assignment that day involved photographing trail conditions along a maintained loop near Hunley Ridge. The trail is short, hardly 2 miles, one of those safe, scenic circuits families use for leaf peeping in the fall. I mention these details because nothing about that morning, on paper, should have involved me climbing anywhere unfamiliar, let alone slipping off the marked route to chase a viewpoint I wasn't even sure existed. I started the day with a clear schedule, a clear map, and no intention of wandering. That's what makes everything that followed feel so absurd in hindsight, like I walked into a story that wasn't meant for me. The trailhead was quiet when I arrived at 7:12 a.m., the kind of quiet where even opening the car door feels too loud. I locked up, slung my small pack over my shoulder, logged my start time for the survey, and set off. My GPS showed clear reception. The sky was a pale, flat blue, the kind that looks painted on. Nothing was wrong. Nothing was strange. But 20 minutes later, while walking the East Loop, I saw something through the trees that shifted my entire plan off its rails with barely a thought behind it. It was a break in the canopy, not a clearing, not a trail, but a shape. A slice of open sky that shouldn't have been visible from that angle. I stopped mid-stride. I remember that moment too well, because it was the first time the forest went quiet in a way I still can't fully explain. Trails have a rhythm. Birds, distant traffic, the faint rush of wind coming off the ridge. But when I lifted my eyes and saw that bright cut of sky through thick conifers, all of it dimmed, not disappeared, just softened into a strange, expectant hush. I told myself it was just an overlook I hadn't marked. Something ordinary. Maybe part of an old fire road cut higher up. I didn't feel pulled, exactly, but I felt curious. And curiosity has teeth. I stepped off trail. At first I justified it easily. I work outdoors for a living. I know how to move through underbrush without causing damage. I was barely 50 yards from the maintained path. The incline was steady but manageable. My boots sank into a bed of fir needles. Branches nudged at my jacket. And that bright slice of sky stayed ahead of me like a promise. I could almost feel the openness waiting at the top, the way viewpoints always feel like a breath drawn after a long silence. But the higher I climbed, the quieter the world became. Not just in that poetic, mountain silence way. I mean literally quiet. My own breathing seemed too loud. My footfalls felt absorbed, almost muffled. The temperature didn't drop, but the air seemed heavier. It reminded me of the seconds before a storm breaks, except nothing about the sky suggested weather was coming. I reached for my phone to check my GPS, and that was when I noticed the first detail that bothered me. The satellite indicator was flickering. Not out, just inconsistent. That happens sometimes under dense tree cover, but this wasn't dense. The canopy thinned as I climbed. I should have had perfect reception. I stood still and listened. No rustle of small animals. No distant vehicles from the county road. No wind threading through pine needles. Just the mountain, holding its breath around me. I don't spook easily. I've spent nights alone in remote survey cabins with only chipmunks and the occasional bear for company. Silence isn't scary when it's natural. But this wasn't natural. This was intentional. I kept moving anyway. The incline steepened, the trees opening into sparser stands. I could see larger rocks now, the kind coated in pale lichens, and the ground grew patchier with roots and thin soil. The sky above brightened. I felt like I was just a few minutes from the ridge, just a few steps from whatever viewpoint I'd glimpsed through the trees. That was when I realized the light wasn't changing. The brightness stayed constant no matter how high I climbed. It should have shifted, softened, or sharpened with angle. But it stayed the exact same shade of washed out blue, as if I were moving but the sky wasn't. I took several more steps before my mind caught up to the wrongness. I slowed, turned around, looked down the slope. I expected to see the trail below me, or at least the strip of deeper forest where I'd stepped off. But the trees looked uniform. Not symmetrical, not artificial, just wrong in a way I couldn't articulate. Like someone had painted a forest based on memory. The branches looked placed instead of grown. The shadows fell too evenly. I blinked hard, trying to reset my eyes, and everything snapped back into normal depth all at once. And that momentary flicker of unreality scared me more than the silence. I wanted to call out just to hear my own voice, but the thought of breaking the quiet felt like stepping into thin ice. The air was heavy with that strange hell-breath tension, and I didn't want to disturb whatever was listening. I told myself I'd reach the viewpoint quickly, take a photo, and head right back down to the official trail. That was the plan, simple, efficient, responsible. Except as I pushed onward, the ground shifted from dirt to loose granite, then to larger slabs angled like old bones pressing up through soil. The viewpoint had to be close now. I could practically sense the open space. But something else began tugging at the edges of my awareness, the smell of the air. Mountaintops smell a certain way, pine, cold stone, thin wind. But here the air smelled sterile, like chilled metal or the inside of a hospital. Clean in the wrong way. My pulse spiked. 50 more steps. Maybe less. I lifted my hand to push aside a low branch. And froze. The quiet deepened. Not to silence. Silence would have been a relief. This was heavier. Like the mountain wasn't just holding its breath anymore, but waiting for me to cross some invisible threshold. I don't know what made me do it, but I whispered, barely audible, "Hello?" My voice didn't echo. It didn't even sound like it came from me. It was swallowed instantly, as if the air had no space to carry sound. I should have turned back. But I pushed through the last branches, breath tight, boots scraping granite, and stepped onto the overlook. Only it wasn't an overlook. It was a flat stone shelf jutting out from the mountain, sure, but there was no view. No valley. No drop-off. No horizon. Just a dense wall of trees standing impossibly close, as if the mountain had grown its own barrier to block the view that should have existed. The viewpoint I'd seen through the trees didn't exist. Or worse, it existed, but it wasn't this. My stomach dropped. I took a step back instinctively, boots skidding. The air felt colder now, not temperature cold, but presence cold. Watchful. Expectant. Something was wrong with the world up here. And before I could decide whether to run back down or take one more confirming look, I heard the first sound I'd heard since leaving the main trail. A single footstep behind me. I didn't turn around at first. It wasn't fear that held me still, though fear was there, rising in a sharp, metallic rush in my throat. It was something else entirely. The footstep hadn't sounded like a human one. Not heavy. Not soft. More like the crisp shift of weight on dry stone, precise enough to sound intentional but light enough that it didn't belong to anything large. A sound meant to be heard, but not to reveal anything. I stood frozen, breath locked in my chest, staring at the impossible wall of trees where a valley should have been. My heartbeat pulsed loud in my ears, and for a moment I wondered if I had imagined the noise. Maybe granite cracking under temperature change. Maybe a bird landing behind me. Maybe anything normal. But then came a second sound, not a step this time. More like a slow exhale. And it wasn't mine. My shoulders tightened. I forced myself to turn, inch by inch, because standing still felt like inviting something to get closer. When I finally faced the direction the sound had come from, there was nothing. Not a person. Not an animal. Just the shape of the trail I'd carved upward through brush and rock, framed by tall firs leaning in so close they looked like they were listening. I swallowed hard and raised my phone, not to take a picture but to check the GPS again. The screen glowed, bright in the dimness under the trees. The map loaded, then blinked, then reloaded in a different scale. The blue dot flickered somewhere between two topographic lines, then jumped sharply sideways like the mountain had shifted under me. My reception bars were gone entirely. My throat tightened. "Okay," I whispered. My voice sounded wrong again, like it had been filtered through cloth. "Okay, that's fine. You're just too high for signal. No big deal." I said it out loud because staying silent felt worse. The overlook wasn't an overlook. The sky hadn't changed color in nearly 20 minutes. The forest behind me seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at it. And now something had stepped behind me, breathed behind me, but refused to show itself. I needed to go back. I took one step toward the way I'd come. The ground felt different now, looser, as if the granite dust beneath my boots didn't want to hold weight. My balance wavered. Another step. My boots slid slightly. I steadied myself on a tree trunk, bark cold under my fingertips. The mountain was still quiet, but not in the waiting way from before. This silence felt like pressure, a weight flattening the air. Like something had moved closer. Don't look back, I murmured to myself. I didn't know why I said it. The thought arrived fully formed, cold and certain. Just go. Branches brushed my shoulders as I walked. I kept my eyes low, following the faint disturbance I'd made earlier. Bent ferns, a scuffed patch of soil, a broken twig. My own breadcrumb trail. I expected it to be easy. It had taken me maybe 15 minutes to climb up here. Except within 5 steps, I realized something terrible. The path behind me wasn't the same when I'd come up. The tree spacing was wrong. The incline angle steeper. The ground underfoot darker. I turned a slow circle, heartbeat spiking. The overlook was directly behind me, unchanged, unmoving, but the way down looked unfamiliar in a way that made my stomach twist. I'm not someone who gets turned around easily. You don't work in the field for years without learning to gauge terrain. But the slope now dipped at a sharper angle than I'd climbed. The brush line looked younger, thinner, and the rock formations I stepped over minutes ago weren't anywhere. It was as if I had come up one route and the mountain had replaced it with another. I forced myself to breathe. You're panicking. That's all. Forests look different from different angles. Just follow gravity. Go down. I started moving, slower now, watching each step. Dry needles crunched under my boots, a jarring, normal sound that made me feel marginally less trapped. I kept one hand brushing trees as I passed, grounding myself with the rough texture of bark. 30 yards down, I stopped. The silence had changed again. Not heavier. Not deeper. Just full. As if sound had substance now, thick enough to fill space. My ears felt warm, pressurized. I swallowed and felt the shift. Then, above me, maybe 10 feet back the way I'd come, I heard another step. This one didn't sound like stone. It sounded like someone or something stepping onto the forest floor lightly, deliberately, avoiding breaking anything. Not moving toward me. Not moving away. Just matching distance. I froze. My first instinct was to call out. My second instinct, stronger, was to stay silent. So I did. I kept my eyes forward, resisting the urge to turn around. If someone was behind me, they would have said something by now. If it was an animal, I would have heard more movement. Whatever it was seemed content to shadow me. A moment passed. Then another. I adjusted the strap on my pack and continued downward. It followed. Not every step. Not loudly. But often enough that I started timing my breathing to each careful footfall behind me. Slow. Deliberate. Watching. Its cadence didn't match any pattern I recognized. Not predator stalk. Not human hike. It sounded, if I'm honest, like it was learning how to walk. I kept descending. My legs ached from holding tension. My fingers numbed around my trekking pole. I blinked sweat from my eyes and scanned the forest ahead for any sign of the real trail. A blaze. A carved post. Boot prints. Anything. But the deeper I went, the more the world around me felt slightly misaligned. Trees growing at angles that didn't correspond to the slope. Moss on the wrong sides. Deadfall placed too cleanly, like it had been arranged rather than fallen. And still behind me, just out of view, the soft, careful sound of something stepping when I stepped. I couldn't take it anymore. At the next clearing, small, just a patch of light touching the ground, I stopped dead and said, in a voice I tried to keep even, "I know you're there." The silence thickened, tense as a held breath. Then, from somewhere behind me, something mimicked my voice back. Not an echo. A repetition. The same words, the same cadence, but hollow. Like hearing my voice play through an empty room. "I know you're there." A wave of nausea hit me. I staggered back, gripping a tree to keep from falling. The voice hadn't come from one spot. It had come from everywhere. Around me. Through the trees. Under my feet. "I'm leaving," I snapped, voice shaking now. "Stay back." No reply this time. But the forest shifted. Not visually. Not physically. Just atmospherically, a tightening of focus as though something had finally decided what to do with me. I took a step back toward the trees. Then another. Then I turned and ran. The footsteps behind me didn't follow. What followed was worse. The forest went absolutely soundless, not quiet, but erased. No wind. No crunch of debris. Even my own sprint felt muffled, as if the air thickened with every stride. The slope pitched downward and I nearly tumbled, catching myself on a root. My lungs burned. I could feel the presence behind me, not chasing, but pacing, almost easily, like it didn't need to run. And then, just as my legs threatened to give out, the forest floor abruptly leveled. The main trail. I stumbled onto it, gasping, dropping to a knee as my boot caught on packed soil. Relief punched through me so violently I almost collapsed fully. But when I looked up, blinking sweat and tears from my eyes, I saw something that froze me colder than anything on that mountain. My own boot prints, fresh, clear, sharp-edged, led down the trail in the direction I'd been fleeing. Except I had never walked that way. For a moment I could only stare at those prints, my own tread pattern, the slight uneven wear on the outer heel of the left boot, the way the toe of the right angled out just a bit. They were mine. Absolutely mine. Fresh, too. The soil was still slightly raised at the edges where the dirt had shifted under weight. But they led downhill, away from where I had come crashing out of the trees, and the sight of them hit me like a physical blow. I wiped the back of my hand across my forehead, trying to steady my breathing. I kept telling myself that panic was a liar, that exhaustion bends perception, that fear rewires logic in real time. But the crown didn't lie. The direction didn't lie. I had never walked that stretch of trail in my life. Not today, not ever. But someone, something had walked it for me. A surge of desperation cut through me. I turned my head, scanning the tree line on both sides. The forest was still too quiet. Flat and quiet. Not the natural hush of morning woods, but a dead, sealed kind of silence that made me feel like even the air didn't want to carry sound. I forced myself up to my feet and backed slowly away from the print line, keeping my eyes fixed on the trees. "No," I whispered, barely audible even to myself. "No, not again. I'm done with this." My instinct screamed at me not to follow those tracks. Not downhill. Not uphill. Not in the direction they led. Every part of me insisted I should turn around and take the trail the opposite way, the way I knew led back to the trailhead, the parking lot, my car, safety, reality. So I did. Or at least I tried to. I turned sharply left and started down the familiar route, the one I had hiked that morning. The ground felt right. The grade felt right. The light filtering through the canopy looked natural again, not washed out or stuck in some suspended sky. I took that as a good sign. I walked fast, swinging my arms, trying to get momentum in my steps so that fear wouldn't freeze me again. Every few yards I looked behind me to make sure nothing followed. Nothing did. After several minutes, the silence began to ease. Not fully, nothing about that mountain without wind or birds felt normal, but enough that my ears didn't ache from the pressure. Enough that the air felt breathable again. And that was when I saw it. Another boot print. Fresh. Perfect. To my left on the trail. Then another. Then a third. My gait faltered. My vision swam in disbelief. The prints weren't mine this time. They were larger by nearly an inch. The tread was deeper, as if the person, whoever it was, weighed more than I did. And the spacing suggested a slow, steady pace, someone walking with intention. But the prints all pointed uphill, toward the overlook, toward where I had been. I dropped into a crouch without even thinking, inspecting them. The edges were sharp. The soil hadn't had time to settle. These were recent minutes recent. And I hadn't heard a thing. My skin went cold. The mountain seemed to draw in around me again, the silence returning with a subtle shift that felt like a warning. I forced myself to stand, ignoring the tremble in my knees, and scanned the woods again. Nothing. Nothing moved. Nothing watched. But somehow I knew it wasn't gone. It had simply changed tactics. I kept moving. My walk became a jog, then a half run. The pack bounced against my back. My phone thudded against my thigh. I didn't care about noise anymore. I needed out. I needed the trailhead. I needed the world to behave again. The next 15 minutes were a blur of roots, rocks, and controlled panic. My lungs burned from the cold air. My legs shook with every step. The trail began to flatten out in the way it always did near the last quarter mile. Relief surged in me so hard it bordered on dizziness. And then I saw a break in the trees. My car. I could see the pale silver roof through the leaves, glinting faintly. The gravel lot. The wooden trailhead sign. I felt tears burn behind my eyes. I walked faster, nearly stumbling with the speed of it. My boots hit the gravel. The sudden crunch underfoot sounded too loud after the oppressive quiet, but I welcomed it, clung to it. I grabbed my keys from my pocket with shaking hands, fumbled them twice, then hit the unlock button. My car beeped. Familiar. Human. Real. I yanked the door open, tossed my pack inside, and slid behind the wheel, slamming the door shut. Only then, cocooned inside steel and glass, did I finally start breathing in full, desperate pulls of air. I jammed the key into the ignition, paused, and looked up at the rearview mirror. At first I didn't understand what I was seeing. The trees behind the car looked wrong, too close, too dense, too dark. I leaned closer to the mirror, squinting. That part of the lot had been open this morning. Nothing but a slope of brush and ferns. Now the tree line pressed almost up to my bumper. But it wasn't the trees that made my stomach drop. It was the boot prints. A pair of them stood in the gravel directly behind my car. Not mine. The same larger ones I had seen on the trail. Clear. Deep. As if the person had been standing there not long before I arrived, maybe seconds before. My breath caught. I turned slowly, terrified of what I might actually see outside the back window. But when I looked, there was no one there. Just the prints. Just a shifted gravel. Just a suggestion of weight that didn't belong. I snapped my head forward, started the engine, and reversed out so fast I nearly clipped the bear-proof trash bin by the trailhead. As I pulled onto the forest road, hands shaking violently around the steering wheel, I didn't look back again. Not once. It took almost an hour of driving before the mountains fell behind me. Only then did the world feel right again. Sound returned, birds returned, the wind returned. The silence of the ridge loosened its grip. By the time I reached town, the whole morning felt unreal. But the boot prints behind my car, those I can't explain away. I reported the entire route as incomplete in my survey logs. And I haven't gone back to Huntley Ridge. Not because I think whatever followed me is still there, but because that overlook, the one I thought I saw through the trees, shouldn't have been visible from the loop at all. I checked every topographic map the office had. There is no viewpoint on that side of the mountain. There never was. And yet something up there wanted me to come looking. I don't know what would have happened if I'd stayed on that stone shelf a little longer. Or if I turned around fast enough to see what was breathing behind me. But I do know one thing with absolute certainty. Whatever walked behind me didn't want the view. It wanted me. My name is Lucas Harrow, age 34, resident of Montpelier, Vermont, and a frequent day hiker on the eastern ranges that border the Groton State Forest. I mention these details only because they matter to understanding how confidently, how stupidly, I stepped onto a trail that did not exist on any official map. I had no reason to doubt my own familiarity with the area. I had hiked these ridges for years, logged hundreds of miles, and carried two separate maps, an official state forest topo and a privately printed backcountry guide. Neither of them listed anything called Trail 7B. But I saw the sign. I swear I did. It was mid-morning, early September, the kind of day where the air feels like chilled water and the leaves crackle slightly under your boots because summer hasn't fully let go. The trailhead for Ridge Loop 3 had the usual cluster of markers nailed into the old cedar post, arrows for the campground, the pond, the fire road, and then the one that shouldn't have been there. A weathered plank, carved by hand, leaning a bit crooked, 7B. The wood looked older than the others, darker, as if it had been handled by many people and left out for many seasons. But the lettering was crisp. Recently carved. Fresh enough that tiny curls of wood still clung inside some of the gouges. And the arrow pointed toward a narrow corridor of trees I didn't remember seeing before. I should have asked the ranger again. He'd already told me, in that patient but firm tone, that there was no Route 7B anywhere in this section of forest. Not years ago, not now. When I held my map out to him, he tapped twice on the paper. "You'll have Ridge 3 to yourself today," he said. "There's nothing branching off it except the fire road. If you see anything else, ignore it. People sometimes put up joke signs." I laughed it off then. But when I saw that board, when I saw how old it was, how convincingly aged, it didn't feel like a prank. It felt like an invitation. And I took it. I stepped off Ridge Loop 3 and onto the unmarked path. The ground dipped gently between the spruces, cushioned with moss and last year's needles. The forest immediately felt different. Not threatening, not eerie, just quiet. More still than the rest of the woods. Even the occasional wind that had been nudging the treetops seemed to pause as I walked in. I checked my watch, 10:42 a.m., plenty of daylight. I told myself I'd walk 10 minutes, see where it led, then turn around if it didn't connect to anything interesting. I've always had that explorer impulse, even when it goes against common sense. 2 minutes in, the trail looked established enough, packed soil, cleared brush, subtle dips where boots had stepped many times before. Whoever used this path used it often. Maybe hunters, maybe locals who didn't want outsiders on their routes. Vermont is full of those. 5 minutes in, the noise of the main trail had faded entirely. Ridge Loop 3 isn't busy, but it's popular enough for a few hikers on a Saturday morning. Out here, there was only the occasional creak of branches, the tick of falling seeds, and the steady sound of my breath. At the 10-minute point, I expected the trail to open or split or narrow or anything to make it feel like it had a purpose. Instead, it stayed exactly the same. The same type of trees, the same gentle downhill slope, the same break of light through the canopy. And then, around the 15-minute mark, I saw something I dismissed as coincidence. A leaning birch with a lightning scar spiraling down its trunk. I had passed one just like it about 10 minutes earlier. At first I told myself birches scar like that often. New England storms are vicious, it's normal to see similar markings. But then I noticed a cluster of small stones at its base, arranged in the same pattern I'd seen before, a half circle, like someone had cleared a tiny spot to sit or kneel. That was harder to wave away. I kept walking, slower now, replaying each step in my head to confirm I hadn't unconsciously looped. But no, that was impossible. The trail didn't fork. It didn't circle. It had taken me straight through a section of woods where the terrain dipped sharply on one side and rose on the other. That much I remembered clearly. And yet the forest ahead looked suspiciously familiar. 20 minutes in, I stopped completely. There, 50 feet ahead, was the same thick spruce with the unusual downward-bending branch I'd tapped absent-mindedly earlier when a mosquito had flown too close to my ear. My knuckles still had a faint sap smear on it. The exact same branch. The exact same height. The exact same ankle. I rubbed my face, half laughing at myself. You're tired, that's all. You're seeing patterns. Hikers do that, walk far enough and your mind starts placing landmarks where none exist. But then something else caught my eye. My own boot print. Not just any print, my print, distinctive from the worn edges and the missing chunk on the heel from an old rock scramble. It was on a patch of damp soil, unmistakable. I crouched, listening hard, suddenly aware that I hadn't heard a single other sound in what felt like a long time. No birds. No insects. Not even wind. That's when the realization clicked into place. Not only was the forest repeating itself, it had stopped acknowledging the passage of time. I straightened and took a slow breath. Okay, I murmured aloud, you turn around now. Enough of this. I pivoted carefully and walked back the way I came. The trees looked the same as before, but maybe this time they would stay in the right order. I reached the lightning-scarred birch again. The same one. The same one. The same one. My pulse thudded in my throat. I checked my watch, 10:54 a.m. Only 12 minutes had passed since I'd stepped onto Trail 7B, but it felt longer. I took out my compass to verify what direction I was heading. The needle trembled slightly, then steadied. North. I had been walking south originally. I should be heading north now. That was correct. So why did the forest ahead look like the exact stretch I had already walked 3 times? I followed my compass anyway, focusing on the needle rather than my surroundings. Every few seconds I checked it again, hoping the trail would correct itself once I stopped trying to make sense of it visually. But the forest didn't care what direction I faced. At 10:59 a.m., I stepped past the same small half-circle of stones for the 4th time. That was when the fear finally landed, heavy, cold, unavoidable. The kind that anchors itself in your ribs and starts to tighten. And in that moment, I heard something new. Footsteps. Behind me. Not close. Not rushing. Just steady, measured steps, like someone was walking the trail with me, but several seconds behind, matching my pace exactly. I froze. The footsteps stopped too. When I turned, the trail was empty. But the moss right behind me was newly compressed, as if someone had just stepped off it. I didn't want to call out. Something in my instincts, something old, maybe older than rational fear, told me that acknowledging the sound would be a mistake. So instead I just stood there, afraid to breathe too loudly, staring at the place where the moss was faintly indented. It wasn't the deep sink of a heavy boot. More like the subtle pressure of someone stepping lightly, deliberately. Someone who didn't want to leave a mark. For a moment, I convinced myself it could have been my own footprint, though I knew it wasn't. The heel shape was wrong. The depth was wrong. And besides, I hadn't stepped on that exact spot. I remembered where I'd placed each foot because I'd been looking for familiar signs, trying to prove to myself that the forest wasn't looping. But now it was looping, and something else was on the trail with me. I forced myself to move, each step slow and deliberate. I kept my compass out front, watching the needle like it was the only real thing left in the world. North. 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 Every few seconds, I checked behind me again. Nothing changed, just the empty corridor of repeating trees and its eerie stillness. But as I continued, the silence thickened. The air felt too dense, like sound had nowhere to go. Even the soft crunch of leaves under my boots seemed muted, swallowed before it reached my ears. When my watch hit 11:07 a.m., I passed the lightning-scarred birch again. This time, I didn't freeze. A tremor of anger shook through me, anger at the impossibility of it, anger at whoever built that damn sign, anger at myself for stepping onto Trail 7B in the first place. I decided to test the forest. If the environment really was looping, then maybe I could break it by stepping outside the trail itself. Hikers don't like doing that. Bushwhacking is messy, tiring, and reckless. But the alternative was walking in circles until my nerves snapped. I scanned the trees and picked a direction that looked fickle, uneven, messy. No repeated objects, no familiar bends. I tightened the strap on my pack and stepped off the trail. For a moment, it felt like relief, the crunch of fresh, unstepped forest floor, the tangled underbrush grabbing at my pants. Branches scraped my arms, roots shifted underfoot. This was real. This was untouched. This was the forest behaving like a forest. I pushed through a twist of young maples, turned past a cluster of ferns, and climbed over a fallen spruce. When I finally stopped to catch my breath, I felt the tension in my chest loosen. My legs shook from the exertion, but in a good way. A human way. Then I heard the footsteps again. Only this time, they weren't behind me. They were ahead. I jerked my head up. The sound wasn't loud, it wasn't even rushed, but the rhythm was unmistakable. Someone was walking just out of sight, calmly, like they knew the forest better than I ever could. "Hey!" I shouted before I could stop myself. "Hello? I'm off trail. Can you hear me?" The footsteps stopped. My voice hung in the air with nowhere to go, like the forest absorbed it whole. A strange hollowness pressed around me, and the hairs on my arms lifted in a wave. I took a step forward, pushing past brush, trying to locate the source. Another step. Another. Then the forest opened into a clearing. At least, it looked like a clearing. But it wasn't one I recognized. Vermont forests don't usually have clean, oval-shaped clearings like this without evidence of old campsites or tree fall. Yet the ground was smooth, as if it had been cleared intentionally. And right at the far edge of the clearing stood something that stopped me cold. A signpost. Old wood. Dark and grain. Carved letters. 7B. The exact same sign I had seen at the trailhead. I took a step back without meaning to. My breath hitched. This wasn't a loop anymore. This was the forest putting something where it wanted it to be. Or something using the forest to do it. No, I whispered, hands trembling now. No, that's not possible. You're tired. You're misremembering. This is just... My voice cracked. A dark, crawling fear spread up my spine. It wasn't the idea that the sign was here, it was the angle of it. The slight crooked lean. The way the arrow pointed into the trees at just the right tilt. The fresh curls of cartwood still clinging to the lettering. It was the exact sign. Not a copy. The same one. A sudden crunch behind me made my blood turn to ice. Not footsteps this time. Breathing. Slow, steady breathing. Human breathing. Close enough that I should have felt the warmth on the back of my neck. I spun around. Nothing stood there. But the breathing didn't stop. It moved. From behind me, to my left, to somewhere ahead, to somewhere else entirely. Like the sound was circling the clearing without a body attached to it. No, I whispered again, voice cracking. No, no, no. My legs moved before my mind made the choice. I bolted toward the sign. I didn't know why. Maybe it was the only recognizable object left, the only landmark in a place that refused to make sense. Maybe running toward the thing that wrong was safer than staying exposed in the clearing. As I reached the signpost, the breathing cut off abruptly. The clearing went still. Too still. I gripped the sign, feeling the splinter wood under my fingers. It was real. Solid. Rough. I ran my hand down the length of the post, then froze. There was a smear on the wood. A streak of sap mixed with dirt. My sap. From when I touched the post back at the trailhead. I stumbled back as if the sign had burned me. I felt dizzy suddenly, nauseated. A cold sweat broke along my forehead. The forest pitched around me, the trees seeming to lean inward by a fraction, as though gravity had shifted. Something wasn't just repeating. It was relocating things. Moving them to meet me. I didn't know what would happen if I stayed by the sign. So I ran straight past it, deeper into the trees it pointed toward. I didn't think. I didn't plan. I just ran. Branches whipped my arms, undergrowth tore at my pants. I heard my own heartbeat pounding like a drum in my ears. The forest blurred into streaks of brown and green. All I knew was that the place behind me felt wrong, like if I turned around, something would be standing there. When I finally slowed, chest burning, I checked my watch. 11:21 a.m. Only 14 minutes had passed since I left the original trail. But it felt much, much longer. I forced myself to breathe evenly and scan the forest around me. Nothing repeating. No familiar trees. No signpost. Just dense woods. Maybe I'd finally broken out of whatever loop Trail 7B had been trapping me in. For the first time since stepping onto that path, a flicker of relief warmed my chest. Then I saw it. A single boot print in the dirt. Fresh. Mine. Except the one next to it wasn't. It was the same size. Same shape. Same missing heel chunk. An exact match. But it wasn't the print I had just made. It was facing the opposite direction. As if someone identical to me had been walking toward me. For several seconds, all I could do was stare at the matching boot print beside mine, the same tread pattern, the same missing heel chunk, the same angle pressure at the toe. It wasn't old. The soil around it hadn't even begun to dry. Whoever made it had done so recently. very recently. But no one else wore my boots. No one else was me. I crouched beside the print, running my fingers over the edges. The indentation was sharp, fresh, but the soil beneath it felt colder than it should have. Not wet. Not icy. Just abnormally cold, as if whatever had stepped there hadn't been carrying body heat. A sudden thought hit me, an ugly, impossible one. What if the forest wasn't copying itself? What if it was copying me? I stood abruptly, stumbling back a step. My breath fogged faintly in the air. The temperature around me seemed to have dropped without warning. A thin breeze stirred the leaves, and for the first time since stepping onto Trail 7B, I heard something besides my own footsteps. A twig snapped. Then another. Not in front of me, but beside me. I turned sharply left. A figure stood between the trees. Too still. Too quiet. Half obscured by branches, like the forest itself was trying to hide it or present it. I couldn't see its face. At first, I thought it was just another hiker caught in the wrong part of the woods. Someone lost, like me. But then I noticed the clothes. A dark green jacket, black hiking pants, a gray pack with a frayed left strap. My clothes, my pack, my stance. It looked exactly like me, except it didn't breathe. Hey! I shouted, the word ripped out of me before I could think. Who are you? The figure didn't move, didn't flinch, didn't even shift its weight. I took a hesitant step backward, heart pounding so hard I felt it in my hands. My watch read 11:25 a.m., which was absurd because it felt like I'd been trapped in this nightmare for hours. The figure tilted its head. Slowly. Too slowly. Like a puppet whose strings had been pulled from the wrong angle. I stumbled and nearly fell. My boot caught a root. Leaves scattered. The motion seemed to trigger something in it because the moment I moved, the figure moved too. Not toward me. Beside me. Perfectly matching the distance and angle of my step as though it were studying how I moved in real time. Stop, I whispered. Stop, don't. I backed up again. It backed up again. Exactly. Like it wasn't mimicking me. Like it was anticipating me. I didn't wait to see what it would do next. Survival snapped into place raw, panicked, instinctive. I bolted north. Or what I hoped was north. My compass needle jittered wildly, spinning once before settling again. I ran anyway. Branches slapped my face and arms. My pack bounced painfully against my back. I didn't care. I didn't look behind me. I just ran. And I heard it running too. Not from behind. Not from ahead. From every direction. Soft footfalls, my footfalls echoing perfectly through the trees. They weren't delayed. They weren't off rhythm. Every sound was synchronized with my steps, as if dozens of duplicates were keeping pace through the forest, unseen. A sickening realization hit me. They didn't need to be visible to be there. My lungs burned. My legs felt heavy. But the forest around me finally began to change, sloping uphill, trees thinning, light shifting. Maybe the nightmare loop had broken. Maybe I'd outrun whatever the hell was stalking me. At 11:37 a.m., I broke through a line of young birches and stumbled onto a wider trail. A real trail. Packed dirt. Trail blazes. Boot prints from multiple hikers. I nearly cried with relief. I recognized the marker nailed to a nearby tree, Ridge Loop 3. I was back. I don't remember the next several minutes clearly. I just remember moving fast, almost jogging, afraid to stop. The forest was normal again. Birds chirped. Wind brushed through treetops. No mirrored footsteps followed me. When the ranger station came into view, I almost collapsed. The ranger, a tall, older guy with silvering hair, looked up from a clipboard when I burst out of the trees. "Hey, whoa, easy," he said, stepping toward me. "You look like you just saw a ghost." "You told me," I gasped. "You told me there was no Trail 7B. You said it doesn't exist." His expression shifted. Not confusion. Not annoyance. Recognition. "Where'd you see that?" he asked quietly. I pointed back toward the woods, barely able to form words. There was a sign. At the trailhead. And deeper in. It shouldn't be there, but it is. Someone put it there. He shook his head. "We remove that sign every time it shows up." I froze. "Every time?" He exhaled, heavy and resigned. Trail 7B isn't a real trail. There was never a 7 series to begin with. But every few years, hikers report seeing the sign. Always carved the same way. Always pointing somewhere different. "We find it, take it down, burn it." "Someone made another one," I whispered. "Lucas," the ranger said slowly, using my name even though I'd never told him. "We burned the last one 3 weeks ago." My stomach dropped. "Then who put it back?" He didn't answer right away. He glanced toward the tree, jaw tight. "Follow me inside," he said finally. "You need water. And you need to hear something." I followed him into the tiny wooden building. The air smelled of pine, coffee, and something older, dust, maybe. The ranger grabbed a folder from a drawer and handed it to me. Inside were photos. Dozens of them. All of the same carved sign. 7B. Different days. Different locations. Same wood grain. Same lettering. How? I choked. How is it the same sign? "We don't know," he said. "But every time it appears, someone goes missing. Usually after following it. Usually after reporting the forest behaving strangely." I felt the ground tilt beneath me. One hiker, the ranger continued, claimed he saw someone who looked exactly like him in the woods. Another said he heard his own footsteps following him. No one believes them at first. But the ones who came back, those few, always tell the same story. I couldn't speak. He reached for one last photograph at the bottom of the folder. A boot print. Missing heel chunk. Exact match to mine. "This was found near the last known location of a hiker 3 years ago," he said quietly. "He never returned. Rescue teams searched for weeks. All they found were these prints." My throat tightened. "And you're telling me—" "I'm telling you you're lucky," he said, voice low. "You came back. Whatever's out there didn't follow you out of the woods." I swallowed hard. Except, when I looked down at my boots, something cold slid into my spine. They weren't dirty from my run. They were clean. Too clean. Like they hadn't touched soil at all. Like they weren't the pair I had walked in with. I jerked my head up. The ranger, seeing my expression, stepped back. "Lucas? You okay?" My voice barely came out. "I don't think these are mine." Because on the inside heel, where my boots had always rubbed raw from years of use, there was no wear. No mark. And worse, they were still cold. Colder than the room. colder than my skin, colder than anything human. And that's when I realized I didn't outrun anything. Something had followed me out. Or worse, something had walked back in my place. My name is Tira Wynn, and on the morning everything happened, I believed I was taking nothing more than a routine solo hike through the western edge of the Gifford-Pinchot National Forest in Washington State. I am 29 years old, a freelance environmental surveyor, and I've spent most of my adult life walking through forests for work and for pleasure. I know moss, its textures, its species, how it forms, and where it shouldn't. That part matters, because it's why I noticed the path in the first place. And noticing it was the one mistake I still can't justify to myself. I started from the trailhead at around 8:10 a.m., late morning light filtering through cedar and Douglas fir. The forest felt cool and damp, one of those gentle Pacific Northwest days where the air smells clean enough to drink. My assignment was supposed to be simple: walk a mapped loop and record early season moss spread on fallen logs. Baseline seasonal documentation. Nothing risky. Nothing mysterious. I remember the moment the usual forest scent shifted. It wasn't dramatic. No sudden wind or eerie quiet. Just a faint metallic note drifting beneath the damp, earthy smell of the woods. I paused, checking the air the way I often do when something feels off. It reminded me of wet iron, like a toolbox left out in the rain. But the air was still. The smell didn't belong. Another 10 minutes of hiking brought me to a fork where there shouldn't have been one. The official trail curved to the right, but a narrow, velvety strip of deep green moss ran straight ahead, cutting through undergrowth like a soft carpet. It was a perfect line, too perfect. Moss doesn't grow in a straight, even width unless it's following moisture patterns, rocks, or buried wood. But this was shaped like a path. Not wide enough for a person, but undeniably deliberate in form. I crouched and touched it. The moss was unusually soft, almost plush. Cooler than the forest floor around it. It held a faint sheen, as if water had kissed its surface moments before, yet the surrounding soil was dry. I told myself I wanted a closer look for my survey notes. That was only half true. The real reason was simpler and more embarrassing: curiosity. I've always had that flaw, the kind that pulls you toward things you can't explain. So I stepped off the main trail. The forest quieted almost instantly. Not unnaturally, just noticeably. Sound diffused differently. My boots sank slightly into the moss, which compressed under my weight without breaking apart. It guided me forward through a thin section of trees, narrowing for a while and then widening again, like it had been growing with intention. The metallic smell grew stronger. Every few steps, I glanced back to keep the main trail in sight, but after a minute or two, the trees overlapped, making it harder to see where I'd entered. I wasn't concerned yet. I know how to maintain bearings. But something about losing line of sight so quickly made a small, quiet part of my mind whisper that I should stop. I didn't. The moss strip bent left, then right, navigating between trees as if avoiding obstacles a person would avoid: roots, fallen branches, puddles. It even tapered slightly around a boulder and resumed its regular width beyond it. I kept snapping photos, documenting as I went, telling myself that this was a fascinating natural anomaly worth recording. Still, I walked slower, more alert. My heartbeat wasn't elevated, but I felt observed. Not watched, just assessed. Like something was measuring my presence. 5 more minutes brought me to a clearing I hadn't expected. The moss path ended abruptly at the center, its soft ribbon dissolving into ordinary leaf litter. I stood still, scanning the edges of the clearing, trying to understand why I felt like I'd reached the end of something intentional. That's when the metallic smell hit more sharply, strong enough that I thought of blood before I could stop myself. The forest didn't look disturbed. No animal carcasses, no hunters, no rusting equipment. The air just smelled wrong. I forced myself to take professional notes. Clearing, approximate 15 m across. No unusual vegetation aside from anomalous moss strip leading in. Air quality distinct, metallic. Possibly mineral presence? But there was nothing in the soil or the terrain to justify that odor. I planned to turn back then. I even pivoted on my heel, ready to retrace the moss line back to the trail. For a second, I felt almost relieved to be leaving. But the moss was no longer there. The narrow green strip that had led me into the clearing didn't exist anymore. In its place was forest floor needles, dirt, small ferns, the same texture and color as everything else. I stared at the ground, blinking hard, thinking I'd misremembered the exact spot. But there were no footprints, no compressed moss, no flattened plants, nothing disturbed. It wasn't just gone. It had never been there. A slow ripple of cold moved through my arms. I stepped backward, scanning the ground for any sign of displacement. As an environmental surveyor, I'm trained to read the smallest hints: a bent blade of grass, a broken twig, absences where there should be presence. But the clearing looked untouched. I swallowed and turned in a slow circle. The tree line looked uniform. No directional indicators. No broken branches from my entry. Not even a patch of moss on any side. My phone's GPS struggled for a moment, spinning before settling. I checked the map overlay. The clearing wasn't marked. The trail was shown several hundred feet east of my position, but forest density and terrain could distort that. I tried to reorient myself by slope, but the land felt deceptively level. The metallic smell thickened again, almost nauseating now, and I realized I was breathing more shallowly. Not from panic yet, but from instinct. Like inhaling deeply might pull something unwanted inside me. I needed to leave. Keeping calm, I chose a direction that logically aligned with where the main trail should be. I took 10 steps, counting them, grounding myself. At step 11, something cracked sharply behind me. A single snap, like a stick breaking under weight. I froze. A long second passed. Then another. Nothing moved. No wind stirred. I didn't call out. I didn't want to hear silence answering back. I continued walking, faster this time, eyes scanning ahead for any sign of disturbance. At 20 steps, I stopped again. My own footprints were in front of me, fresh, unmistakable, heel-to-toe impressions matching my boots exactly. But I hadn't been here before. I crouched, studying them. The compression was new. Sharp edges. No rainfall or settling had softened them. Someone had walked this direction moments ago. Someone with my stride length, my weight distribution, my boots. I stood slowly, skin prickling along my neck. I looked over my shoulder, expecting to catch movement between the trees, a shape, anything, but the clearing behind me was silent. I turned back to the footprints. They continued forward, leading deeper into the forest, away from where logic told me the trail should be. My instinct screamed to turn around and leave the clearing altogether, choose any other direction, force my way through underbrush if I had to. But something about those prints, so precise, so deliberate, drew my eyes along their path. It felt like a lure. And I realized then that the moss path had been a lure too. The difference now was clearer. The moss path had wanted me to follow. These prints wanted me to continue. But not for the same reason. And definitely not towards safety. The footprints waited in front of me like an invitation I knew better than to accept. Something in my chest tightened, an instinct honed from years of fieldwork, the kind that whispers turn around. Right now. I forced myself to step back, peeling my eyes from the impressions in the dirt. I chose a new direction, angling slightly uphill, figuring I could intersect the main trail if I just kept my bearings steady. 20 steps in, the forest shifted. At first, I couldn't name what changed. The trees still stood tall around me, the same cedar, fir, and hemlock mixing overhead. The undergrowth remained thin, as it often is at altitude. But the air felt hollow, as if the space around me had widened without the landscape changing. My footsteps sounded too soft, like the forest floor was absorbing more sound than it should. And beneath it all, the metallic smell grew heavier, coating the back of my tongue with each breath. I walked faster. 50 steps. 70. 100. Nothing looked familiar. The forest was uniform enough that I couldn't rely on visual landmarks, so I stopped and checked my GPS again. The signal flickered, then steadied. The map said I was drifting west, away from the trail, the opposite direction of where I was trying to go. I turned east and recalibrated, moving methodically now, counting my steps out loud to keep myself anchored. 10 steps. 20. 30. Then the footprint appeared again. Just one at first, a single boot print pressed cleanly into the soft dirt ahead. Same shape. Same depth. Same small dotting pattern from the wear on my tread. I stared at it for a long moment, heart thumping low and heavy. I wasn't walking in circles, I was deliberate about my direction. This wasn't me backtracking. This was something placing my prints ahead of me. I backed up slowly, trying to keep my breathing quiet. My mind flashed through rational explanations. Another hiker with the same boot model, trail prank, forest illusions of symmetry, stress overlaying normal observations. I clung to these thoughts because the alternative felt like a ledge I wasn't ready to stand on. But the print was too exact. Too recent. And then another appeared, 5 feet ahead, where the dirt had been undisturbed seconds earlier. I didn't see it form, but I felt the rawness of the space shift. The hairs rising on my arms like static electricity had crawled through the trees. The forest was no longer just watching. It was tracing my steps. My throat tightened, and I forced myself into motion, picking a new direction, northeast this time, and pushing through low brush even when branches scraped my arms. The forest resisted in small ways, snagging my jacket, slowing me down, but I shoved through the undergrowth until I reached another patch of open ground. I stopped. My stomach curled. In front of me, in a clean line heading deeper between the trees, was a perfect sequence of footprints. My footprints. 6 of them, evenly spaced, fresh as if laid down moments before I stepped into view. They pointed away from the clearing, guiding me toward darker, denser woods. I didn't follow them. Instead, I turned sharply and broke into a jog in the opposite direction. The weight of my pack thudded against my spine, and my boots struck roots and stones as I kept moving. I didn't care about stealth anymore. I just needed distance. But no matter how fast I moved, the metallic smell moved with me. It grew thicker, sharper, filling my lungs like the air inside a rusted ship hull. My breath quickened. Panic licked the edges of my mind, but I forced it down ruthlessly. Panic kills people in the woods more reliably than animals or cliffs. I repeated that to myself like a mantra as I pushed through another thicket, branches whipping across my face. When I stumbled into the next clearing, I froze so suddenly that my knees nearly buckled. The moss was back. Not a path this time. Not a thin strip. It formed a wide, circular carpet, perfectly round, unnaturally lush, glowing faintly in the muted light. The moss rose slightly in the center, forming a gentle mound. A small, subtle shape sat atop it. My backpack's rain cover. I blinked once. Twice. It was mine. My initial KW was stitched into the inside seam. I checked my pack without thinking. The cover was gone. Removed. Taken without me ever feeling it. A rush of cold swept through me so fast it made my vision pulse. My hands trembled as I backed away from the circle. Whatever laid the footprints had touched my gear. Gotten close enough to pull something off my pack without leaving a sound. My rational brain sputtered for explanations. Wind? Impossible. Snagged? No rain covers take deliberate tugging. Wildlife? I have heard something. A person? There were no tracks except mine. And even if someone had followed me, the moss circle, perfect and vibrant, felt like the forest was presenting something to me. Returning something. Or baiting me. I didn't step closer. Every instinct screamed to avoid that circle, avoid whatever lay beneath that unnaturally vivid surface. I circled around it slowly, stepping backwards to keep it in sight while avoiding the perimeter. Each breath tasted like old pennies. My pulse throbbed in my ears. Once I reached a safe angle, I turned and moved again, fast, forcing myself into a steady, purposeful stride. The forest thickened around me, trees crowding closer, canopy dimming the daylight. Even the air felt heavier, like walking underwater. Eventually, I stopped to orient myself again. My hands shook as I pulled up my GPS. This time the map didn't flicker, it simply froze. My location marker sat motionless, unresponsive no matter how far I walked or how much I rotated the device. It wasn't losing signal. It was stuck. The forest had swallowed coordinates themselves. I lowered the device, palms sweating. I wasn't just off trail. I wasn't just turned around. Something was isolating me, separating me from direction, from bearings, from logic. The woods around me exhaled a long, low shift of air that didn't belong to wind. My skin crawled. I pivoted slowly. Behind me, spaced out neatly along the path I had just taken, were footprints. Mine. Not matching where I had stepped. Not tracing my route. Parallel to it. Like something had been walking beside me the entire time. I stared until my eyes watered. The impressions were fresh. Sharp-edged. Recent enough that the fine dust had not settled. The footprints ended 10 feet behind me. They didn't turn. Didn't lead away. They just stopped. Like whatever made them was still standing there. Watching. I couldn't see anything between the trees, no movement, no outline, but the space felt occupied, as if the air itself bowed around an invisible presence. My breath hitched involuntarily. I forced my legs to move. Slow at first, then faster. I didn't run, not yet, but the urge clawing at the back of my ribs grew with every step. I needed to find the trail. I needed to get out. But every part of the forest felt warped now, air too heavy, silence too complete, the metallic smell too constant. And the sense of being trailed, mirrored, doubled, it pressed against my mind like a hand closing slowly around my throat. Then ahead, through the trees, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Another clearing. Another circular patch of moss. And something lying on top of it. Not deer. Not mine. A human shape. Face down. Unmoving. My entire body froze. It wasn't far. Maybe 40 feet. I couldn't see close clearly, couldn't tell age, size, anything beyond the outline. But I knew instantly that it hadn't been there when I passed through this area before. And worse. The moss beneath the figure was rising and falling. As if breathing. The moss beneath the figure rose and fell in slow, deliberate waves, like the earth itself was breathing under them. For a moment, my brain refused to process anything except that movement, soft, rhythmic, impossibly organic. Then the metallic smell surged, flooding the clearing as if the air had thickened into something you could almost taste. My first instinct was to step back. My second was to run. But curiosity, the same flaw that had pulled me off trail in the first place, held me still just long enough for the rise and fall of the moss to shift. The shape on top of it twitched. Not much. Just a small, subtle jerk of one shoulder. I swallowed hard, pulse thundering in my ears. I forced myself to speak, my voice strained and barely louder than a whisper. "Hey! Are you okay?" The forest swallowed the words. They barely carried beyond the first few trees. No response. The figure didn't lift their head, didn't roll over, didn't react at all. Just lay there, face down, as the moss under them continued its unnatural pulsing. I scanned the ground around the clearing for tracks. None. No footprints leading in. No broken branches. No sign of how they or it got there. Something cold slid across my ribs like a blade of ice. I took another cautious step backward. Whatever I was looking at wasn't natural, and every instinct I had was screaming at me to leave it alone. But then the figure's fingers twitched again. A small, jerky movement, too sharp, too sudden, like a reflex instead of a conscious response. That decided it. I didn't run. Running blind in the woods can turn deadly in seconds, but I backed up fast, keeping my eyes on the clearing. The metallic smell grew stronger the farther I retreated, as if pushing me away. I didn't turn my back on the clearing until I had enough distance that the figure blurred behind branches. When I finally turned, I moved quickly, weaving between trees without caring about direction anymore. I just needed to put space between myself and whatever that was. I walked until my legs burned and sweat soaked through my shirt. I didn't check my GPS this time. I couldn't handle seeing the map frozen again. I relied on instinct instead. Sun angle, slope, the faint sound of a creek somewhere in the distance. Water meant a landmark. Water meant orientation. It took several minutes before the sound registered clearly enough for me to follow it. I pushed through thick ferns and stepped over a fallen cedar, breath shallow, heart still hammering. The metallic smell loosened slightly the closer I got to the creek, as if whatever caused it couldn't or wouldn't go near running water. That alone terrified me. When I reached the creek, I stopped long enough to splash cold water over my face. The shock helped. My thoughts sharpened. I scanned the banks for any sign of human activity, hikers, trail cut-ins, anything. That's when I saw them. Boot prints. Fresh ones. Human ones. Two sets, one leading along the bank and one returning the same way. Normal, logical, reassuring. I exhaled shakily. If another person had been through here, I could follow the prints and eventually find the main trail or intersect with a ranger route. But then my stomach twisted. The prints didn't come from upstream or downstream. They came straight from the tree line. The exact trees I'd just come through. And as I stepped closer, dread settled deep in my spine. They weren't someone else's prints. They were mine. The same tread pattern. The same spacing. The same right foot drag I developed after twisting my ankle on a rock last season. Every detail matched. I crouched, breath trembling, staring at them until my eyes blurred. I hadn't walked here before. I knew I hadn't. There was no way. I'd never even passed this section of creek in my life. But the ground insisted otherwise. I stood and backed away, shaking my head like I could clear it. This wasn't just being lost. This wasn't ordinary disorientation. Something in the forest was copying me, tracking me, not just in presence, but in replication. I turned from the creek and tried again to follow broader environmental signs, sun direction, wind patterns, tree density, but the landscape wavered with a kind of subtle sameness that made everything blend. My sense of direction stretched thin. Minutes passed. Or maybe longer. My mind slipped into a survival autopilot, focusing on movement, breath, the rhythm of steps. Then the forest opened again. Another clearing. But this one wasn't circular like the moss patches. It was irregular, natural looking until I stepped closer. There, at the far edge of the clearing, partially hidden behind a fallen log, lay my rain cover. Not the one earlier. The same one. I checked my pack again. Empty slot. Someone or something was returning it to me. Not hiding it. Not stealing. Bringing it back. Reintroducing it into my path. And the realization hit with cold precision. It wanted me to see it again. It wanted me to understand something. I didn't step closer to retrieve it. I skirted the clearing's edge, keeping my distance, breath shallow as the metallic smell surged again. The air shimmered faintly above the moss patches scattered like constellations across the ground. Not bright. Just a soft, subtle distortion like heat rising from asphalt. The forest was breathing. Watching. Adjusting. Something caught my eye to the left. Movement. A shape darted between trees, so quick I almost missed it. Low to the ground. Human-sized but not upright. The air behind it rippled faintly, as if its passage bent the space around it. I froze, muscles locking, every primal instinct roaring. Another shape flickered on the opposite side. Then another. 3 movements almost in sync, skittering just beyond the line of sight. They weren't animals. They weren't people. And they moved like they didn't rely on joints the way we do. A thin, metallic hum vibrated through the clearing, almost musical in tone, like something was tuning the air. I backed away step by step. Branches shifted without breeze. My footprints appeared in the dirt to my right. Then to my left. Then directly ahead. A path forming in real time. Leading deeper. I choked on a breath. My mind screamed to flee, but the forest closed in, shapes moving at the edge of vision, guiding me, hurting me. My pulse hammered as I made the only choice I had. I ran. Branches tore at my clothes, needles raked my arms, the forest floor blurred under my feet. The metallic smell hit so strong it was like running through a blood fog. Behind me, I heard rustling, fast, unnatural, close, but I didn't look back. Looking back meant slowing down. Hesitating. And hesitation was a death sentence. I ran until the trees thinned, until the air shifted, until my lungs screamed. And then, ahead of me, a trail marker. An actual, legitimate wooden trail marker. My lungs seized with hope so sharp it hurt. I stumbled toward it, nearly falling to my knees as I reached the post. It was real. Weathered. Marked with U.S. Forest Service symbols. The metallic smell thinned into something faint, distant, like a memory instead of a presence. I didn't stop. I followed the trail markers until the forest started sounding like a forest again, birds returning, wind moving, water rushing somewhere nearby. 30 minutes later, I burst out onto the official trail, collapsing against a railing overlooking a small ravine. My entire body shook. I stayed there until I could breathe normally again, until the world stopped tilting. Eventually, I made it back to the trailhead. When I reached my car, something bright caught my eye on the passenger seat through the window. My rain cover, folded neatly, Dry. Placed with intention. The metallic smell lingered faintly in the air, even outside the forest. I didn't sleep that night. And I haven't gone back. The moss path isn't on any map. But I know deep in my bones that it's still out there. And it's waiting for someone else curious enough to follow it. My name is Jonah Wells, a freelance landscape photographer based in Northern California, and on the morning this occurred, I was hiking alone along a coastal trail near Point Reyes as part of a day trip assignment. What follows is an account written to the best of my recollection, totaling approximately 1,000 words, and I am presenting it in a clear and linear sequence because I need someone to understand how quickly an ordinary day can turn inside out. The fog began rolling in before noon. On that stretch of the California coastline, fog can behave almost like weather with its own personality, pouring fast, rising slow, shifting sideways like a living thing, but this was different. It moved as if it had been waiting for me. I watched it crawl in from the ocean in a thick, pale wall, blanketing the cliffs and swallowing the trail behind me in less than a minute. By the time I shouldered my camera pack and started deeper inland, visibility shrank to a few feet, the horizon gone, the sky erased. The trail split about a mile past the inlet. I don't usually take the left fork. It meanders through a more enclosed stretch of cypress and coastal pine, where the canopy traps moisture and everything drips even when it hasn't rained. But the main ridge trail had turned into a wideout, and the left fork felt less exposed, safer in the moment. I didn't hesitate. I turned left. The fog closed in tighter, soft as wool and just as blinding. Moisture collected on my eyelashes. My gloves soaked through. I tried to keep my footsteps steady, counting them out of an old habit I picked up during night hikes. 1, 2, 3. I listened for the ocean to my right, hoping this sound would help me orient myself, but the fog muted even the waves. The world went quiet. Too quiet. About 5 minutes after taking the fork, I heard the first click. It was tiny, almost dainty, like a fingernail tapping against metal. Then it repeated. A soft, moist clicking, timed irregularly. Close. Too close. At first, I thought it was pebbles shifting under my boot, or maybe the strap of my pack snapping softly as I walked. Then I stopped walking, and the sound didn't stop with me. Someone was walking in the fog beside me. I didn't say anything. I didn't ask who was there. You'd think the instinct would be to call out, right? But the silence around me was so thick, so unnatural, that speaking felt wrong. Like it would invite something I didn't want to meet. Instead, I cleared my throat softly and adjusted my pack, letting the jingle of a metal carabiner announce that I was aware. The footsteps beside me paused. Then the clicking returned, just a hair closer. Wet. Small. Almost like teeth. I told myself it was an animal. A deer can make odd sounds when close, and raccoons and foxes can move silently until they're practically on top of you. But the cadence, soft footfalls on dirt, timed with the exact rhythm of a person walking, didn't match wildlife. And the clicking. I had no explanation for that. I kept moving because stopping felt worse. The fog had tightened into something I could almost touch. Droplets clung to my jacket and dripped from my sleeves. The trail underfoot softened into damp earth. I kept my eyes forward and tried to imagine the shapes of trees ahead, even though I couldn't see more than 3 feet in any direction. The presence kept pace with me. Whoever, whatever, was beside me stayed perfectly parallel with my stride. When I slowed down, it slowed down. When I quickened my pace, it matched me effortlessly. When I stopped again, the clicking continued once more on a delay, like it needed half a second to respond. I finally forced myself to call out, my voice cracking embarrassingly. Hey, if someone's there, just let me know. The fog swallowed my voice instantly. It didn't carry. It didn't echo. The sound died in front of me as if it hit a wall. No response. No shift in movement. Just breathing very faint and that small, soft, wet click. 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 My pulse hammered in my ears. I tried to rationalize. Maybe it was another hiker caught in the fog, scared like I was. Maybe they had a jaw injury, or were cold, or grinding their teeth. But the sound, it didn't sound like teeth grinding. It sounded like teeth tapping. Like someone gently knocking their top teeth against their bottom teeth. Deliberately. The trail dipped slightly, and I followed it down into a narrow grove. The fog thickened even more, if that was possible. The air smelled like wet bark and decayed pine needles. My boots sank into mud softened by the moisture that never reached sunlight down here. Every few steps, my foot slipped. The presence beside me slipped at the same time, as if its footing was tied to mine. I angled my head, trying to catch a silhouette. Nothing. Just the same uniform light and the idea of movement somewhere inside it. My chest tightened. I considered cutting through the trees to try and reach the old service road that paralleled the trail about a quarter-mile east. But moving off-trail in this kind of fog was a recipe for falling into a ravine or getting fully turned around. I helped search and rescue teams document cases exactly like that. People step off in bad visibility and vanish. But staying on the trail didn't feel much safer. The clicking grew again, now steady, like someone was trying to keep time. I swallowed and reached for the bear bell clipped to my backpack. I didn't shake it, just held it, ready to make noise if I needed to. The presence edged nearer. I swear I felt the air shift beside my arm, like someone brushing past without touching. I whispered, "I hear you." The clicking stopped instantly. That silence, pure, absolute, made my skin crawl. It felt intentional. Waiting. Then the fog shifted slightly. A shadow moved, just a suggestion of darker gray inside the pale. Human-sized. Human-shaped. Slowly pacing forward. Keeping to my left. I didn't breathe. The shadow paused, angled its head, at least that's what it felt like, toward me. I froze completely, terrified that any movement would trigger something I couldn't take back. We stood there, me in the fog shadow, until my lungs burned. I started walking again because staying still felt like drowning. The presence followed. We moved in tandem through the tightening fog, deeper into the cypress grove, the light fading though it wasn't even afternoon yet. Time stretched strangely. My legs ached. My throat had gone dry even in the damp air. I realized something then. The fog behind me had grown darker. Not lighter. Darker. And the clicking had resumed, but this time, there was more than one source. More footfalls than mine. More shadows shifting in the light. I wasn't walking with one presence. I was walking inside something. The trail curved right. The presence didn't. It stayed left. And that's when I made the mistake of turning my head. I shouldn't have looked, but instinct overrode sense. I turned just enough to see through the shifting veil of fog, and the shape beside me, whatever it was, moved in the same instant, as if reacting to my reaction. The fog swirled around it, clinging to its outline like fabric caught on nails. I couldn't make out features, not eyes, not a face, nothing distinct, just the form of a person standing too still, too straight, in air so thick I could barely see my own hands. My stomach dropped. My mouth went dry in a way that didn't match the soaked fog. I stumbled, caught myself, and when I blinked, the shape had stepped closer. I didn't hear it move. I only felt the shift in space, like someone filling the distance between us without disturbing the air. Then, click. This time it came from right behind my left ear. A single, sharp tap of teeth. Not loud, but close enough that it vibrated through my jaw. I lurched forward, boots slipping in mud, and the trail narrowed under my feet. The trees closed around me in arching deadwood, branches draped with wet moss that sagged overhead. The fog got even thicker until it felt like wading through cotton. I didn't run. Running would have meant losing the trail. Running would have meant breaking an ankle on the unseen roots. Running would have meant falling into a ravine or disappearing into the abyss the fog had turned everything into. So I walked. Fast, but not fast enough to look like prey. A steady, deliberate stride. My boot prints filled with water as soon as I lifted my foot. The air tasted metallic, like I'd bitten my tongue even though I hadn't. The presence kept pace. I didn't turn again. I kept my eyes forward, locked on the faint suggestion of trail that wound between the trees like a ghost I was trying to follow out of a nightmare. Every few steps, the clicking sounded again, sometimes ahead, sometimes beside me, sometimes so close that it felt like the breath before a whisper. My shoulders quivered. My vision tumbled. I gripped the straps of my pack hard enough that my knuckles popped. The trail dipped sharply, and I thought finally a landmark I recognized. A slope leading down toward the narrow boardwalk that bridged the marshy section before the trail rejoined the outer loop. If I could reach that boardwalk, I'd at least know I was heading toward the service road. I took the slope slower than my fear wanted me to. Mud smeared across my boots. The air thickened with the smell of wet earth and standing water. I rounded a curve, expecting to see the wooden planks. Instead, the fog parted just enough to reveal a ditch filled with water so still it looked like glass. No boardwalk. No sign of the trail continuing. Just water, stretching left to right, reflecting the fog like a perfect mirror. I froze. The presence behind me did not. It walked another step, crunching softly in the mud. Then another. My nerves lit up. I stared at the water, willing it to rearrange into the familiar boardwalk I knew should be here. But the reflection didn't shift. The water remained still. There was no wind. There was no sound. Not even my own breathing. Until... click. That one sounded like it came from across the water. I jerked my gaze up. A shape stood on the opposite bank. A person-sized silhouette, slightly hunched, with shoulders not quite aligned correctly, head tilted as though listening to something I couldn't hear. Fog wrapped around it in slow coils. It didn't move. At least, not at first. Then it took a single step forward. Not toward the trail. Into the water. A foot slipped beneath the surface without ripples. Then its leg. Then its knee. It kept walking as though the water wasn't there. As though it was walking across flat ground only it could perceive. I stumbled backward, boots skidding on the slick mud. The fog behind me thickened, and that presence, the one that had followed me from the fork, closed in. I didn't need to see it. I felt the shape of it blocking off retreat like a door shutting. The silhouette in the water was halfway across now, still walking, still impossibly motionless from the shoulders up. Its head remained tilted, as if listening to something beneath the waterline. Click. That one didn't come from across the water. It came from beside my right shoulder. I spun just enough to see another shadow materialize, inches away, floating more than standing, slightly taller than me, its edges soft like the fog was its skin. I stumbled sideways along the bank. My foot sank deep, almost up to my ankle, but I pushed through the muck, slipping, scrambling, trying to get back to where the trail had last been clear. My breath tore shallow and fast. Fear was a physical force in my chest now, a weight pressing my ribs inward. Behind me, the steps in the water got closer. I didn't look back. I couldn't. Instead, I found the faintest break in the line of trees, a narrow tunnel of fog that suggested a continuation of the path, and hurled myself toward it. Mud splashed up my legs. My back slammed against my spine. I ducked under branches heavy with dripping moss and kept going. The fog muffled everything except the clicking. Now it sounded like it came from everywhere, ahead of me, behind me, overhead, underfoot. A scattered chorus of soft tapping, like teeth clacking gently in the dark. I felt nauseous. The trail, if it even was the trail, angled uphill unexpectedly. My legs burned. My lungs hurt. My hands shook uncontrollably, but I kept moving. If I stopped, if I hesitated, if I let them circle me completely. No! Keep going. The incline steepened. I used my hands, fingers clawing into damp earth and roots. The fog thinned slightly, enough to see maybe 5 feet ahead, and I squinted at the vague shape of a ridge crest. A ridge meant higher ground. Higher ground meant a chance to see the trail again. My boots scraped on exposed rock as I hauled myself up the last few feet. My knees hit hard. I pushed upright, panting, dripping with fog water and fear. The fog pulled back just slightly, revealing a strip of land no wider than my outstretched arms. A knife-edge ridge. On both sides, drop-offs. I had not been on this part of the trail earlier. This wasn't any trail I knew. I felt my stomach twist into a hard knot. Behind me, on the slope I just climbed, the clicking grew louder. Slow at first. Then faster. Then perfectly synchronized, like every unseen thing below had aligned its rhythm. Click, 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 click. I turned not fully, just enough to look down the slope. Shapes gathered at the bottom. Not distinct. Not human. Just darker pieces of fog coalescing. Rising. Moving together. Then, from the fog below, a long, dragging inhalation, not quite a breath, not quite a hiss. I backed up until my heel brushed the empty air on the ridge's opposite edge. I had nowhere left to go. And the shapes were coming up the slope. Fast. The ridge felt thinner beneath my boots the more I realized I had nowhere left to go. The fog swirled around both drop-offs like it wanted to swallow the ground itself. My breath came fast and useless. The clicking below grew louder, echoing up the slope, multiplying, layering until it sounded like a dozen sets of teeth lightly tapping in perfect rhythm, like they were rehearsing something. I forced myself to look up instead of down. Higher ground. That was all I could focus on. The ridge sloped upward to the left, a tight, narrow line of rock barely wide enough for one careful foot in front of the other. It disappeared into a thicker wall of fog, but it was the only direction I hadn't already been cut off from. If I stayed, the things below would reach me. If I went back, I'd walk straight into their arms, if they even had arms. So I went up. My boots scraped the rock. Pebbles tumbled off the edge and vanished silently into the white below, swallowed before they ever hit anything. The ridge trembled under each step like it wasn't meant to hold weight. Fog drifted across it in horizontal sheets, slipping around my legs like cold hands. The clicking grew closer. I didn't look back. I didn't dare. But I could feel them, those shadowed shapes, closing the distance with a steady, unnerving patience. They didn't scramble or rush. They moved like they knew I'd run out of space eventually. Halfway up the incline, the ridge narrowed to no more than 6 inches. I pressed myself sideways against the damp rock wall on the left, palms sliding along moss and lichen, and shuffled forward inch by inch. My backpack scraped the rock loudly. Too loudly. The sound felt like a beacon in the silence. A new sound joined the clicking. Breathing. Not the kind anyone makes when they're winded. This was low, controlled, deliberate. A slow inhalation that rose through the fog in a cold ribbon. Then another. And another. Too many breaths to count. I swallowed hard and kept moving. My left boot found a more stable hold, and I used it to shift forward a little faster. The fog ahead thinned suddenly, not cleared, but pulled back enough to reveal something impossible. The ridge ended. Not in another drop-off. Not in a slope back into the woods. But in a small clearing round, only about 20 feet across, surrounded by a broken ring of rocks. In the center stood an old trail post, splintered and leaning. No sign. No markers. Just a single weathered post, the kind used on backcountry routes decades ago before this area got updated with new metal markers. I recognized none of it. My feet hit the clearing and I stumbled into the open space. The fog inside it felt different, thinner, lighter, as if the air could breathe again. The clicking behind me softened for a moment. Not gone. Just hesitant. I didn't waste a moment. I circled the clearing fast, checking for any sign of a connecting trail. The ground was packed dirt with patches of short grass and scattered stones. No footprints. No worn paths. No direction that looked even remotely traveled. I felt panic rising again. Then faintly, somewhere ahead, through a pocket in the fog, I heard something human. A voice. Faint. Muffled. But unmistakably human. A ranger's voice. "Hello? Anyone up here? Last call." I nearly collapsed from disbelief. I rushed toward the sound, scanning for movement, for a shape, for the silhouette of a ranger in uniform cutting through the fog. "Here." I shouted, throat tearing from how hard I forced the word out. "I'm here." Silence swallowed my voice. The fog thickened instantly, like it was choking the sound out of the air. The voice didn't respond. I shouted again. "Hello." "I'm here." "I need help." Nothing. Then, from just behind me, so close I felt the vibration in my ribs. Click. I spun around. Shapes emerged at the edge of the clearing, forming a loose circle around me. Tall, thin, long silhouettes, darker than the fog but not solid enough to be bodies. They moved like smoke rising and settling at the same time. Their outlines flickered, shrinking and stretching with each shift of fog. They didn't cross into the clearing. They stayed just on the boundary, clicking in unison now, slow, rhythmic, oddly patient. My skin crawled. I didn't know why they weren't stepping in, but I knew it wouldn't last. I scanned the clearing again, desperate. My eyes jumped from rock to rock, looking for anything, a gap, a cut, a sign of the original trail. Then I noticed something I'd missed before. The trail post. It wasn't leaning randomly. It leaned toward a narrow break between two large stones, almost like an arrow. A gap just wide enough to pass through, where the fog hung differently, thinner, with faint gray vertical lines spaced like distant trees. I didn't think. I ran. Behind me, the clicking exploded into frenzied staccato. Dozens of teeth tapping. Dozens of shapes shifting. Something scraped rock. Something else rushed forward. I threw myself between the two stones, my pack snagging on one side. I jerked free so hard the strap ripped. My shoulder burned. I kept running. The fog parted slightly ahead and revealed, like a miracle, the trail. The real trail. The well-trodden, clear, compact dirt with the familiar wooden edging the park uses to keep hikers on track. Relief hit me so fast my knees buckled. but I didn't stop. I sprinted downhill, slipping, catching myself, sliding on mud and roots and not caring at all. Behind me, the clicking didn't follow. It hovered at the stone gap, then faded entirely. Once the trail widened, I pulled out my phone, hands shaking violently. No service. I didn't expect any. But the clock was working. 2:14 p.m. It hadn't even been 3 hours since the fog came in. The sky above the canopy lightened. The fog still hung around the branches, but it wasn't the same density. It no longer moved with intent. It was just fog again. Ordinary. Harmless. When I finally reached the junction where the trail split right back where I'd chosen the left fork earlier, I stopped. The fog had cleared enough to see both paths. The right looked exactly as I remembered, wide, slightly uphill, dappled with light. The left, the one I'd taken, was gone. Not overgrown. Not blocked. Gone. Vanished. Only a solid wall of cypress and underbrush stood where the trail had been hours earlier. No path. No trace. No footprints. No mud disturbed. Just forest. Just silence. My legs nearly gave out. I backed away from it slow, holding my breath without meaning to. When I turned to follow the right fork back to the trailhead, the breeze finally returned. Birds called in the distance. Everything was normal. Too normal. At the trailhead, a ranger truck was parked beside my car. A ranger stepped out, mid-40s, calm face, reflective sunglasses. "You Jonah Wells?" he asked. My voice cracked. "Yeah." He nodded slowly, eyes lingering on my mud-covered clothes. "We got a call about shouting from somewhere up the ridge. Thought someone was hurt." My throat closed. "You heard me?" He shook his head. "No." A hiker on the outer loop said they thought they heard something. Turned out to be wind in the trees. I didn't answer. I couldn't. The ranger hesitated before asking, "You all right?" I almost said yes. Then, from far behind me, somewhere deep in the woods and swallowed by distance, came one soft, unmistakable click. Not loud. Not urgent. Just a reminder. A promise. I didn't look back. I told the ranger I was fine. And I haven't hiked alone since. Not even once. Because some places don't want you taking the wrong path. And if you do, they don't let go easily. My name is Arias Salas, and on the afternoon of July 18th, I made the worst decision of my filmmaking career. I had come to Jasper National Park for a one-day shoot, nothing complicated, just a time-lapse of the shifting clouds over the Athabasca Valley, something peaceful and simple for a contract that didn't pay nearly enough for the hassle. I introduced myself formally whenever I filmed these segments for clients, but saying my own name out loud that morning felt heavier than usual, like the syllables settled somewhere low in my ribs. The trail I chose wasn't dangerous by any official standard. It was a moderate route leading toward a viewpoint over the Moligny Range, a popular spot where tourists snapped their photos and moved on. I followed that trail exactly as intended for the first 2 hours, head down, the weight of my camera gear familiar against my back. But when I reached the marked scenic overlook and saw a wide shelf of rock jutting from the cliffside above the tree line, I got that itch. The filmmaker's itch. The "if I just go 20 meters higher, I'll get the perfect shot" itch. That impulse is exactly how people end up on missing posters. I told myself I wasn't doing anything reckless. The ledge looked stable. The climb was steep, yes, but doable. The sky was clear. The wind wasn't strong. The late afternoon light was flawless. Every rational part of me said I shouldn't leave the trail, but every creative part of me pushed harder, insisting I could get a cleaner horizon line, stronger contrast, a better sense of scale if I just scrambled up. So I did. The rocks were dry beneath my fingers. The ground dropped away behind me quickly, a rolling blanket of forest stretching toward the valley floor. Despite the incline, I moved steadily, my hands tracing grooves in the stone worn smooth by centuries of freeze and thaw. Once or twice, I glanced down not because I was scared, but because the view really was incredible. That's what I kept telling myself anyway. When I reached the ledge, I felt a rush of relief and pride. It was wider than it had looked from below, with enough space to set up a tripod without worrying about it tipping forward. I unslung my pack, shook out my shoulders, and breathed in the sharp, resin-laced air. The sun hovered at the edge of the ridge opposite me, laying gold over everything. I set up my camera, locked the legs, double-checked the angle, and hit record. The time-lapse would run for 30 minutes, light shifting, shadows stretching, the world breathing beneath me. Exactly what I needed. Exactly why I had come. But during those 30 minutes, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. It started subtly. A sense of pressure between my shoulder blades, like someone's eyes were fixed right there. At first, I thought it was just nerves from the height. I've shot from precarious places before, but cliffs still get to me if I'm alone. So I told myself that was all it was, solitude making me jumpy. Then I heard something scrape. Not loud. Not dramatic. Just the faintest sound, stone brushing stone, like a boot scuff or a hand sliding across rock. It came from behind me, near the spot where I'd climbed up. I turned quickly, expecting to see another hiker. Jasper gets its fair share of people wandering off trail for a better angle. But no one was there. The ledge behind me was empty. The slope below it was empty. The only movement came from a kestrel gliding far out over the valley. I stood very still, listening. Nothing. I told myself it was probably a marmot or a pika. They skitter around rock fields constantly and make little noises exactly like that. It was the only explanation that made sense. And when you're alone on a cliff ledge with a drop of several hundred meters at your back, you cling to the explanations that make sense. I finished the time-lapse uninterrupted, though the uneasy feeling never left entirely. When the camera beeped softly, signaling the end of the recording, I felt more relieved than I wanted to admit. I packed everything back into my bag, tightening each strap with mechanical precision. By then, the sun had dipped lower, and the first hints of cooler evening air crept over the stone. Before climbing down, I checked the footage. It was a habit more than anything, quickly scanning the playback to make sure nothing glitched or shifted. If the footage wasn't usable, I'd have to redo it right then, which I desperately didn't want to do with the light dropping. I crouched down on the ledge, elbows resting on my knees, camera screen glowing faintly in the growing dusk. The footage played normally at first, clouds drifting, light shifting, shadows sliding the way they're supposed to in a time-lapse. Then halfway through, my breath snagged. Something was behind me. In the frame, I saw myself adjusting the tripod, then stepping aside. The background was clear sky and distant peaks. But perched on the incline behind me, just a few meters up the slope, stood a figure. Not moving. Not swaying with the wind. Just standing. I froze, staring at the tiny silhouette on the screen. At first, I assumed it must have been another hiker. But the shape was wrong, too still, too rigid, like it wasn't shifting weight onto its heels or balancing itself, which you'd expect on a slope that steep. And the proportions looked off. Something about the limbs. Something about the angle of its head. I scrubbed the video back, frame by frame. The figure didn't appear suddenly. It was just there, present from the moment I reached the ledge, unmoving, watching the entire time. And I never heard it. Never saw it. Never felt its footsteps on the rock. I checked the footage again, lowering the playback speed to the point where clouds crawled like spilled ink. The figure never breathed. Never twitched. Never shifted even slightly despite the wind ruffling my own shirt. My mouth had gone dry. The ledge around me felt narrower now, like the open air wasn't enough. My heartbeat hammered so loud in my ears that it nearly drowned out the ambient sounds of the cliffs. And the worst part wasn't the figure on the screen. It was the realization that I hadn't looked behind me once during the climb. Not once. I closed the playback, stood slowly, and turned to look up the slope where the figure would have been standing. Nothing. Just rock. Just sky. Just wind passing over stone. But I couldn't shake the certainty that someone had been there, and that they'd been close enough to touch me. The sun dipped fully behind the ridge then, taking the warmth with it. The air changed, subtle but noticeable, like everything around me exhaled at the same time. My instinct screamed at me to move. To get off the ledge. To get back to the trail. To leave the mountain before the last threads of daylight vanished. I tightened the straps on my pack and started down. I didn't look back again. The first few meters down the slope felt like walking across my own heartbeat. Every footstep landed too loudly in my ears, each scrape of my boot against the rock echoing longer than it should have. I kept telling myself I wasn't running, that I wasn't panicking, that I wasn't doing exactly what people do in cautionary tales right before they slip and tumble off a cliff. But the truth was that my body had already made the decision for me. I was leaving that ledge as fast as I could without outright sprinting. The light faded quicker than I'd expected. Up on the ledge it had felt late afternoon, but on the descent it instantly became early evening dim. The ridge walls to my left blocked out the last warm sliver of sun, leaving the slope in a cold wash of shadow. Halfway down, I felt it again, that pressure between my shoulder blades. The unmistakable weight of being watched. I didn't turn around. I knew that if I looked, and nothing was there, it wouldn't help me calm down. And if something was there, something that had stood behind me without making a sound, I didn't want to see it on a slope where my balance was already precarious. Instead, I forced myself to keep climbing down one slow foot placement at a time. By the time my boots hit the stable shelf just above the main trail, I felt some of the tension drain out of my muscles. Not relief, exactly, nothing that comfortable, but a loosening, like my body believed I had crossed some invisible line of relative safety. The trail was only a few short meters below. A well-marked, popular trail. A place where normal hikers walked, and kids complained, and tour groups shouted at each other in a dozen languages. A place where nothing strange ever happened. I stepped onto the established path and let out a shaky breath. The forest stretched ahead, darkening but familiar. The scent of pine and dust grounded me. If I kept a steady pace, I could make it back to the trailhead before the last threads of daylight disappeared. Even if I missed that window, I had a headlamp. I had water. I had my emergency beacon. I wasn't lost. I wasn't in danger. I repeated those thoughts like a mantra as I walked. 10 minutes passed before the panic ebbed enough for me to think clearly. The logical part of my brain returned first, the part that analyzed camera glitches, exposure settings, shadows cast by uneven terrain. Maybe the figure was a weird trick of lighting, an elongated boulder, or a stand of lichen caught at the wrong angle. But the pit in my stomach didn't buy that explanation. My eyes hadn't lied to me. My camera hadn't either. I walked faster. The trail wound through a narrow corridor of trees before dipping toward a creek crossing. As I rounded a bend, a gust of wind rattled through the branches, dropping a scatter of needles onto the dirt. The sound made me flinch so hard I nearly stumbled. "You're fine," I whispered to myself. Hearing my own voice steadied me a little. "You're absolutely fine." Then something cracked behind me. It wasn't the gentle twig pop of a squirrel. This was heavier, weight-bearing, a footfall. I spun around before I could stop myself. The trail was empty, completely empty. But the forest on either side of it had grown too dark, the shadows too dense. The trunks stood like vertical pillars fading into black, and the undergrowth was nothing but a mat of deep green. Anything could be in there. The wind died abruptly. The silence that followed felt thick. I scanned the trees, heart pounding, but saw no movement. When I turned back around, my peripheral vision caught something pale in the dirt just off the trail. My first thought was bone. My second thought was trash. But when I crouched down, my stomach twisted. It was a glove. A light gray insulated glove, slightly dirty, as if it had been dropped recently. I picked it up, inspected it. The size, the brand, everything looked like it belonged to a typical hiker. Inside the wrist cuff, a name had been written in faded marker. S. Hargrove. The name meant nothing to me, but the glove didn't feel old. The fabric hadn't stiffened. The dirt hadn't embedded deeply yet. Someone had lost this today. Maybe an hour ago. Maybe less. I straightened quickly, scanning the surrounding forest again. No one. But the glove hadn't walked itself here. I didn't want to think about the figure in my camera footage. I didn't want to imagine it dropping a glove on the trail to make me find it. People lose things all the time in Jasper. This wasn't unusual. I kept the glove in my pocket anyway, planning to turn it in at the trailhead kiosk. I stood for a moment longer, trying to regulate my breathing. Then I walked briskly, deliberately, toward the creek. The water reflected what little light remained, forming a thin ribbon of silver between the trees. I stepped onto the small wooden bridge, listening to the low rumble of water spilling over rocks. The sound should have comforted me. Instead, it masked everything else. Branches could break behind me without me hearing. Someone could walk up behind me without me hearing. Something heavy could. Stop. Stop thinking like that. Halfway across the bridge, I forced myself to stop and look. Really look. The forest upstream was calm. No movement on the banks. Downstream was the same stone, water, shadows. Nothing out of place. I made it across and picked up the pace. 5 minutes later, the trail broadened and flattened, the trees thinning enough for the sky to show hints of deepening blue. Dusk. I figured I had maybe 40 minutes before full dark. Enough time if I kept moving. I didn't hear another cracked branch. Not another scrape. Not a whisper of movement behind me. For a while, I convinced myself the glove was the last strange thing I'd encounter. I even felt the tension lift a little as I replayed the time lapse in my mind, trying to rationalize the silhouette into something benign. But just as my breathing settled into a normal rhythm, I rounded another bend and froze. Someone's pack sat upright in the middle of the trail. A full pack. Not tossed, not slumped, not torn. Upright, like its owner had set it down gently and stepped away. "I'm not dealing with this," I muttered under my breath, but of course I was dealing with it, because I wasn't about to walk past an abandoned pack without checking for ID or signs of distress. I approached slowly, wary of the surrounding forest. The pack was green, modern, well used. I nudged it with my foot. It didn't fall over. A chill crawled across my scalp. People don't leave packs like this. Not in bear country. Not anywhere. Still, I crouched and carefully opened the top flap. Inside was a jacket, a water filter, a map of Jasper folded neatly, a headlamp, a half-eaten protein bar, and tucked into the map sleeve a driver's license. Samuel Hargrove. My chest tightened. The glove in my pocket suddenly felt like it weighed 100 pounds. Sam, I called out before I even thought it through. My voice bounced off the trees, echoing back to me in thin, distorted fragments. No answer. I stood slowly, turning in a slow circle. The forest felt different now, expectant, like it was waiting for me to notice something I'd been ignoring. I should have left the pack exactly where it was. I should have walked faster, gotten back to the parking lot, called the Rangers. But when I stepped backward, the air behind me shifted, just a tiny pressure change, subtle but unmistakable. Like someone was standing right at my back. I didn't breathe. I didn't turn. I didn't move for a full 3 seconds that felt like a lifetime. Then, gathering whatever remained of my rational mind, I forced myself to step forward, away from the sensation, away from the trees, away from the empty trail behind me. And that's when I realized something was very wrong with the silence around me. The forest wasn't quiet. It was listening. I grabbed Sam's pack, slung it over my shoulder, and ran. Running on a backcountry trail with 2 packs wasn't smart, but thinking clearly wasn't in the cards anymore. Every instinct screamed at me to keep moving, to put as much distance between myself and whatever had been following me. The forest blurred as I tore down the trail, branches slapping my arms, gravel sliding under my boots, my breath coming in sharp bursts. I didn't dare look back. If I saw something, I'd freeze. If I froze, I'd fall. And if I fell in this terrain, that would be it. The trail dipped slightly before narrowing again between 2 massive spruce trunks. I forced myself to slow just enough to navigate the squeeze without catching my pack straps. My chest burned. My legs shook. The extra weight of Sam Hargrove's gear pulled at my shoulders, threatening to unbalance me. But I kept it. Leaving it behind felt wrong. Not morally, though there was that too, but practically, like the pack was a clue I wasn't allowed to walk away from. I reached a slight clearing where the canopy thinned. The light was dim but still present. And the moment I stopped moving, I heard it, a single, deliberate footstep on the trail behind me. Not running. Not rushing. Just stepping. I didn't turn around. If it wanted me to look, I wasn't giving it what it wanted. I pushed forward, each step lighter, sharper, faster. The forest around me had shifted again, not darker exactly, but hollowed out, like something had sucked the depth from the spaces between trees. Another footstep followed mine, perfectly timed. Not mimicking me, not trailing far behind, just close enough that I knew it was there. I thought about the figure on the camera playback. The way it hadn't moved at all. The unnatural stillness. The way it had simply appeared. And now here, footsteps. No! That wasn't possible. It couldn't be the same thing. It had to be a person. A lost hiker. Someone panicking like me. Someone who dropped the glove in the pack. Someone who needed help. Except no part of me truly believed that. The trail eventually widened again as it approached the last half-kilometer toward the parking lot. I recognized the switchback ahead, a sharp turn around a boulder with a rotting root system protruding from the soil. I knew this landmark. I was close. My legs felt rubbery. My breath stuttered. A prickling sensation crawled up the back of my neck like cold fingertips dragging along my spine. Every hair on my arms rose. When I hit the switchback, something shifted behind me. Not a footstep this time. Something heavier, like someone had leaned their full weight against a tree trunk and pushed off. My throat tightened. I couldn't help it. I looked. Nobody. Just the empty trail winding back into the trees. But the branches overhead swayed even though the air was completely still. I turned back toward the trailhead and forced my legs to move, taking long strides, my steps loud. Deliberately loud. I wanted whatever was there to hear where I was. I wanted it to know I wasn't collapsing. I wasn't stopping. I wasn't giving it the reaction it wanted. The faint hum of distant traffic reached me before I saw the opening in the trees. Relief surged through me so suddenly my knees nearly buckled. Civilization wasn't far. The parking lot wouldn't be empty at this time of evening. There would be people, chatter, engines, car doors, sound and life, and everything that didn't exist in the suffocating quiet of the forest. But 30 meters from the trailhead, I saw something that made me stop dead. A man stood just off the trail, maybe 10 meters ahead, facing away from me. He wasn't moving. Not swaying. Not shifting his weight. Just standing perfectly still, like he'd been planted there. His clothing was outdoorsy dark pants, a weatherproof jacket, sturdy boots. Just like any hiker. But I couldn't see his hands. Couldn't see his face. And something about the angle of his head felt wrong. Tilted slightly, too slightly, in a way that suggested he was listening. I tightened my grip on the packs. "Hello?" My voice cracked. "Are you Sam Hargrove?" The man didn't move. "Sam?" I tried again, louder. The silence that followed wasn't normal silence. It pressed in, thick as damp wool, muffling everything, the rustle of leaves, the distant hum of cars, even my own breathing. The man didn't turn. Didn't react. Didn't acknowledge me at all. I took a cautious step backward. The man's head shifted half a centimeter. Not a turn. Not a nod. Just a tiny, precise adjustment, as if he had calibrated exactly how much he needed to move to let me know he'd heard me. The packs on my shoulders felt suddenly too heavy. My legs trembled beneath me. Every rational impulse told me not to approach. This wasn't normal. No hiker stands that still. No lost person ignores someone calling their name. I had seen something behind me on the video that should not have been there. And now something stood between me and safety, blocking the last stretch of trail. I swallowed hard. Then I stepped to the side, off the main path, intending to skirt through the brush and come out closer to the parking lot. The instant my foot touched the undergrowth, the man stepped. One slow, deliberate step to mirror mine. Not toward me. Not away. Just matching. My throat closed. My vision pulsed. I stepped backward again. He matched again, exactly. He was between me and escape. I felt the panic tipping towards something primal, something that would make me freeze or stumble or do something stupid. So I forced my voice out loud and high, but human. "I have your pack. If you're injured, sit down. If you need help, I'm going to the ranger station right now." Nothing. He didn't move again. Didn't shift. Didn't react. Just stood there with microscopic stillness, so precise it made my skin crawl. The trailhead was close enough now that I could see a sliver of asphalt between the trees. If I could angle wide enough, I might bypass him entirely. My only chance was to circle wide, cut through the brush, and burst straight into the open without giving him a chance to stand in front of me again. I took a breath. Then I moved fast. I didn't run, not yet, but I pushed through the undergrowth, branches grabbing at my jacket, needles brushing my face, my steps uneven as I angled farther from the main trail. The man didn't follow. Or if he did, I couldn't see him. The trees blocked the view. Good. That was good. 20 meters. Then 15. 10. I could see cars now, glinting faintly in the last scraps of daylight. A family stood near the trunk of a minivan. A couple adjusting hiking poles. Real people. Normal people. Humans who would hear me if I yelled. I stepped out of the trees. And for a moment, the relief hit so hard I felt dizzy. Noise returned to the crunch of gravel, a child laughing, the beep of a car unlocking. Warm light spilled from the visitor kiosk. The world felt real again. I walked straight toward the closest group, the couple with the hiking poles. My voice shook as I said, "Hey, sorry, did either of you see a guy on the trail?" Mid-30s, dark jacket, maybe named Sam Hargrove? They looked confused. "No," the woman said. "We didn't pass anyone at all." The man shook his head too. "Trail's been quiet." I turned around, scanning the tree line. The spot where the man had been standing was empty. My skin prickled, but not with fear this time, with something colder, deeper. A realization. If he'd been a real person, he would have walked out behind me. The brush would have rustled. The couple would have seen him. Someone would have noticed. But nothing came out of the woods. "Are you okay?" the man asked gently. I opened my mouth to answer, but my voice failed. Instead, I swung out the extra pack and placed it on the gravel. "I found this," I managed. "On the trail. And a glove earlier. Name on both says Samuel Hargrove. I think he might be missing." The couple exchanged a look, the kind people give when they realize something is wrong in a way they don't understand yet. "We'll go with you to the ranger station," the woman said softly. I nodded, but my eyes stayed on the tree line. Because the forest was still. Too still. And just before we walked away, I would have sworn I saw a single tree trunk shift. Not sway. Shift. Like someone had stepped behind it. I clutched Sam's pack a little tighter. And I didn't look back again.